Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 2 of The Fallen Legion, File 1. Summary. Even in total defeat, a true shinobi never stops fighting. The war was lost. Nothing they did or tried was enough to save their world. But even as he fell, Naruto Uzumaki used his final moments to protect the last of his people, and in a final act of gratitude, they saved him. Welcome to The Fallen Legion File 1, a brand new Naruto the 10th High School DxD crossover. Awakening in a strange, modern land of the living, Naruto has to figure out exactly where the hell he is, navigate a hidden world of devils and angels, and find his new purpose. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto and High School DxD. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Havoc-Teir, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Report 5 Homestead. Kitsun Grounds, Nightwing Compound. Ino was panicking, shuddering, shaking, and clutching her head as her senses were flaring at levels of sensitivity that she never believed possible. She had already pleaded for help from her baka, but now she is trying to follow his advice of breathing in then out. Keep her chakra calm. Keep her calm, but all these senses, her whisper within her pained voice. Naruto! Suddenly, strong familiar arms wrapped around her waist, and she gripped it, secured in this familiar feeling. Within her mind, cutting through the fog of the overload, she hears her boyfriend's voice. Ino! I'm here. I'm sorry. I can't. I know. Naruto whispered mentally again as she finally opened her eyes and met his golden ones. The silence within her mind returned, allowed her to notice both have their wings out. His 12 curled around them both as hers were folded up at her back. Their heads were resting against one another, and she could feel his guilt, fear, and regret at the accident he caused. Yet here, within his winged embrace, she, Ino Yamanaka, was safe and secure with nothing ever able to harm her. A new sense of peace rushed over her at this moment, absently mentally whispering, I love you. Naruto. My Naruto. Before he could respond to that, he felt her slip into unconsciousness against his frame, their connection falling to a light simmering that indicated her slumbering. Naruto recalls the few times they had fallen asleep with their connection open to one another, and those dreams were rather vivid but shared. Having successfully pulled the nature chakra from her coils, Naruto finally retracts his wings and glances back over his shoulder at the on-edge forms of Shikamaru and Temari before informing them. She's asleep now. I stabilized her. They both visibly relaxed, slumping back into their seats within the new administration office of the Kage Tower, and sighed out lightly. Temari whispered, That really freaked us out. She just went kinda nuts, screaming then crying for us to make it stop. Shikamaru nodded, looking from his girlfriend to his brother in arms and adding, Yeah, her power spiked too and her wings just... It was my fault. Naruto cut him off then sighed, looking down at the now contented face of the last Yamanaka in his arms with nothing but soft regret and fondness. He continued to whisper, I think it had something to do with my rusty skills in senjutsu and our mental connection. A part of it leaked through and pushed her senses well beyond what she was accustomed to abruptly. Sighing, the Nara muttered, Yeah, makes sense. Though, that hadn't happened before either. What's changed? Lifting up the snoozing woman in arm carefully, a tender Princess Carrie, before turning back to them, Naruto replied, If you think about it, a lot has. Too much, and we may have overlooked that fact a bit more than we would like to admit. Can't really deny that. Temari commented with arms crossed, frowned tight before looking to her fellow blondes and adding, So, what is the plan then? Hold an intervention for the whole group? Smiling softly, Naruto shook his head and responded. We aren't talking about the simple stuff, Mari. Rather, the first step is getting everyone out of our war mentality. Shikamaru rose a brow at that while asking. You noticed that too? Naruto inclined his head slowly, wondering if everyone was going to ask him that question before replying. It doesn't take a Nara level of deduction, Shika. Temari chuckled, glancing between the two men as the Nara grunted, not commenting on that jab, as the awake blonde continued. Obviously, we need to get roofs over everyone's head and make ourselves actually at home. After that, we should all be able to actually make the choice to stand down, so to speak. Seeing both his friends nod to his words, Naruto added. We do have a mission though, intel gathering in a place called Tokyo. Grab the maps and plot a course. Shikamaru stood and responded sharply. Should have some in those files Seisen brought us. Naruto's eyebrow twitched at the mention of the pushy vixen, earning a sigh from the other two shinobi present as they felt the same way, but the Kage looked to the quadruple bun-haired blonde and ordered. Can you grab Samui, Omoi, Kyoto and Rimi? I'll brief them after I put Princess here in a cot. Temari smiled as she got up too and replied. Sure, though are you sure I can't go? Naruto quirked a brow and replied. You are an assault-type ninja, Mari. The Wind Mistress rose her own blonde brow in response to that classification but challenged him anyway. I can do intel gathering, Baka. Not very well. Naruto snipped and earned him a teal glare of wrath, tempered by the harsh environment of the Land of Wind by Temari. Didn't even faze him, a man who went against the full might of a tailed beast for most his life in the slightest. If anything, it was rather adorable and decided to voice it. Ah, Mari, that is so adorable. Temari's eyebrow twitched at the taunt, something many have noticed Naruto had been getting better at in recent weeks. Some have chalked it up to his relationship with Ino and Anko, dreading what his final form might be if this continued. Taking a breath to bleed out the irritation, she responded stiffly. I shall get the four you asked about, Lord Mitsukichi. Then vanishing with a smirk at his own eyebrow twitch. She got the final jab in, and that is what counts. Taking a steadying breath, he will deal with that troublesome blonde later. Naruto took the peacefully snoozing Ino back to his room in the base of the tower. It's the closest place to put her, and he had to go brief the incoming team of the upcoming mission. Reaching the ground floor, he slipped into the rear room carrying his still snoozing girlfriend and carefully lowered her onto the makeshift double cot. It took a few moments until the smell of the covers relaxed Ino's grip enough for him to slip out, and she mingled into his covers, rolling up into them with a smile. Seeing this, Naruto finds himself watching her sleep with a gentleness in his eyes that would surprise most. He was probably the only one she had ever fully opened to, unsurprising if you remember that the two had spent a lot of time together within one another's minds throughout the war for various reasons. She hasn't gotten over her own clan's extermination either, and buries it beneath her concern for everyone else. It might be why he himself is so easily swayed by her whims and lets her have far more free rein than most. Naruto was brought back to the room and out of his thoughts, when he senses Hana standing at the door cautiously. Moving some of the stray platinum strands from the content face carefully, he then turns back and leaves silently. As they get far enough away from the room, he asks, What's up, Hana? Oh, nothing in particular. Hana began lowly and carefully, fiddling with her fingers behind her back and out of his sight. Though, after he turns back to meet her gaze with his own, brow arched, she was quick to add, I was concerned about your sudden return, wondering if there was anything I could help with. After a few moments of silence, Naruto replied slowly, A minor emergency came up here. I took care of it, but I suspect that Lady Yasaka will have words for us soon. He obviously noticed the clenching jaw of the kunoichi before him, but she had simply nodded, remaining silent and appearing calm. After a soft breath, Naruto asks, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, Hana. The Inuzuka swallowed at the way he spoke, a slight panic within her gut as she forced herself to keep her eyes locked on his and listened as he finished. But are you and your kin sure that you want to keep following me, as your pack leader? Without a doubt. Hana's immediate response, not a moment's delay or sign of hesitation. Naruto maintained his steady gaze on her, and so she continued to push. During the war, you showed the utmost bravery in the face of the most terrifying of enemies. You refused to bow to anything or anyone. Her face then softened before continuing. Yet, when needed, you were as gentle as a father to even those older. You always protected those under you. The last to retreat, the first into the fight, and were fierce in every action, holding an unyielding will to outlast any threat. Taking a deep breath, Hana took a step towards him and whispered, "Your loyalty to your pack is unquestionable. You alone were acknowledged by our previous leader, my mother, as our pack leader, and even took your orders in pride." Another step, now within his personal space, but he had not made any moves to escape or stop her, and that made Hana smile as he was accepting of her words and presence beside him, so pushes on. Due to that, your strength, your gentle care and steadfast love for all those of the pack. As if it was only natural for her to do so, Hana wrapped her arms around the slightly taller man's neck and felt as his hands landed on her hips, their eyes never leaving the other, as she whispered, "We, the Inuzuka, will never be anywhere but at your side. We are yours and yours alone. No one else can or will ever replace your place for us." Their faces were mere millimeters from one another. Naruto could feel her breath on his lips and yet didn't break eye contact as he listened to her confession. "So, if it is not too much trouble, please, accept us. Accept us at your side from now on. We do not wish for anything greater than that." "Are you sure? This is a dangerous path for us all," Naruto whispered just as lowly, and her eyes gained a gleam of determination that was hard to refute. He smirked lightly while offering, "Just had to make sure." "How's this for proof?" Hana whispered just before she pressed her lips against his. It was tender, soft, and gentle. It was only a moment. A long moment before she pulled back, cheeks a healthy yet pretty red, before she asked, "Is that enough?" "You know about—" Naruto began, but she kissed him again, silencing him once more, and this was far more sure and yet still gentle. She pulled back again after some time and replied to his stupid question. "We are yours, please understand that, and as long as you do not forget us we will be satisfied." This whole conversation was overheard by the recently summoned Samui, who was listening from beyond the corner, and took her fellow kunoichi's words to heart. It seems her friend really has captured everyone's heart. Within the meeting room some minutes later, Naruto and Shikamaru look over the maps of the country they were residing in. It didn't take long before Hana entered with a tray of tea and was followed in by Samui, Omoi, Kyoto and Rimi. Looking up, Naruto noticed two things. 1. Rimi looked really happy. Like overwhelmingly so. It didn't take a genius to figure it out when she locked eyes with Hana, then with him to figure out what wasn't said. Rimi had darker hair, that was just a fairly chaotic mess, and a similar body structure to Hana but with a smaller ass, and looked to have a larger chest to compensate. The second thing Naruto noticed was the lack of a four-bun blonde. A click of his tongue as he sat back on the chair and muttered, "Troublesome blonde." Shikamaru glances to him, brow raised, and as expected his implied question was answered by the Kage, who whispered, "Your girlfriend is on my list." Naruto then gave the Nara a dangerous side-eye, a prankster glint within them as he added, "Be sure to tell her that." Shikamaru wondered what that troublesome blonde of his had done to earn the wrath of the prankster king. Though, he put that aside for now as he listened to his Kage address the new squad. "Samui, Omo, Kyoto and Rimi. Thank you for coming." Upon their nods, Naruto continued, "We have a new mission given to us from the Yukai leader directly. The asset recovered from our last mission has flagged a potential threats to both the Yukai and the Fallen as a whole." As he leans back, the others all nod once again, so he points to the map before them. "As such, we need to fish for more information, and the place where we may find it is called Tokyo, the capital of this nation. Do we have any local assets?" Oma asked swiftly. Upon the shake of his leadership, the white-haired teen frowned, but Shikamaru informed them. "We still do not have a reliable way to contact field agents as of yet, so for now you four are on standby for the next 2 days." They all nod, so the Nara continued. Temari and I are working on it and will let you know when we figure out how to proceed. I recommend you all spend time memorizing topographical maps of the country, landmarks, and signage around this city to familiarize yourselves. Again they all nod, so Naruto finished with, You are free to explore the city, but please remain discreet. The Yukai civilians are still wary of us, and you all remember what the old man explained about normal civilians. Do not lift their ignorance. They all saluted their Kage and the fire commander, Samui reporting. Do not worry. We'll be cool. Upon Naruto's nod they dropped their salutes and he smiles at them before they all left promptly, with Hana arriving at his back to rub his shoulders and a surprise to both men, but both ignored it with Shikamaru asking, So, how'd the meeting with Yasaka go? Naruto felt Hana tense through her fingers, earning a grunt from him before answering. Complicated. He sighed in resignation, earning a chuckle from the Nara, who then leaned back into his seat and allowing Naruto to continue. We'll likely get a visit from her tomorrow, yelling demands and the like regarding our Chucker's compatibility with Senjutsu. You're the only sage we have, though. Shikamaru replied with a brow risen in disbelief, and the blonde nodded before letting out a soft sigh of relief, Hana getting to a particularly tense muscle and working it with her fingers. Naruto replied softly. Yeah, well, I inadvertently used it within her presence and kinda put her to sleep due to it. She fell asleep? Shikamaru asked, bewildered, and got a nod from his Kage, understanding that it was a weird reaction. Hana then asks, So, are we all able to do that? Dunno. Naruto replied without looking back at her, though after he let out a grunt from the administrations of the Inuzuka, he was able to whisper. Though Ino may after my mistake. Maybe we should check everyone else for compatibility. Sounds like a drag. Shikamaru drawled before slumping back in his seat, no doubt contemplating just how much work that sounded like. Naruto chuckled at the sigh, relaxing further into his own as Hana spoke next. Will it help us get stronger? Without doubt, on both accounts. Naruto whispered softly before leaning his head back, looking up at her with a smile and whispering. It isn't required, though. That night, strolling through their soon-to-be hidden village, Naruto finds himself taking stock of their current situation. Now that they have settled somewhat, they need to somehow stand down from their wartime stance, and such a task falls to him. Sure, he could just announce it to everyone at breakfast and they'd agree to it, but mindsets aren't so easily changed. Man, that Yamanaka has done wonders on his mental understanding. After a sigh, Naruto arrives at the central plaza, what he's heard a few of the genin call it, where the Kage Tower and the few offices that are spread around at the four cordial directions. The wind, water, and lightning are still surrounded by scaffolding, with their first floors still exposed to the elements. The western stone office, however, has been finished but is also doubling as the stone barracks, with Kuratsuchi's sleeping quarters being her new office. Her genin on the ground and basement levels. For now, Naruto was on his night patrol duty, thus as his people were sleeping or relaxing, he moved towards the north and passed by the lightning office, yet he stopped upon seeing the figure standing there. He knew who it was but was curious why she was standing there. When Blue met Blue, she finally moved towards him, eventually leaving the shadows and approaching the secret seraphim, Samui speaking lowly. Is it cool to talk? Pointing towards the northern path, Naruto replied. If you don't mind me making my rounds. The busted pale blonde nodded, falling into step with him as the two walked through the soon-to-be armory and fabrication buildings. Naturally, the Nightwings are preparing to begin creating their own gear to prevent any of their gear from leaking out to even their fellow Fallen. Just as they pass through the final section of the construction projects, Samui asks, Is your genin not with you? Nah, she's studying right now. Naruto informed calmly, glancing to his current companion, and added, Since Ko returned, she has been eager to understand the political structure here and around the world so we don't get caught off guard by opportunists. You know the type. Samui nodded, understanding that and their tentative situation at current. They were all following after his sole guidance now, just like they did during the war, and it has become second nature to do so. However, the threats have now changed. Everything has changed. They aren't running, they aren't evacuating civilians, burying their dead by the hour or in fear for the next day. They are no longer at war. They were safe, right? She was brought out of her thoughts by Naruto standing in front of her, smiling knowingly at her, which causes her to blink once. Seeing as he held her attention now, Naruto slowly, hesitantly, mimicked their earlier interaction back in the cave by lifting his hand towards her. Just like she did, he hesitated briefly. Though something within her eyes egged him on, and so his hand gently graced her cheek, cupping it the same way she did to him. After a moment, she matched him and could still barely make out the fully faded whisker marks that once occupied them. It seems that this will become their norm, staring into one another's eyes without blinking or speaking. Both leaned into the touch, even if they both had blank faces, though Naruto's softened into a slight smile of comfort and contentment. On an unspoken signal, both seemingly pulled away in reluctance, and surprisingly harmless sparks of lightning danced across their fingers and skin from the loss of contact. It was then both blinked in unison before Naruto finds himself whispering, "I will protect you, Sam-chan. Just like everyone else as a precious person." Samui just nodded, and Naruto would be the only one ever to witness the former Jonin's smile that night as she whispered just as lowly, "Thank you?" Kitsun Grounds, Night Tower. Ino awoke during the early hours of the morning, feeling freer than ever before and with a level of calm she hadn't experienced before. Parting her cornflower blue eyes, she is immediately confronted by the wonderful sight of her boyfriend currently topless and mid-changing in front of his duffel bag of clothes. Her shifting position did not go unheard by the male blonde-haired, black-banged man who just stood back up with a new shirt in hand, and he spoke within her head, Naruto connecting telepathically. "How are you feeling?" "Fine. Very fine," Ino replied verbally, and he could feel the sultrily intent lace thick in her voice. Chuckling as he pulled down his black t-shirt, Naruto turned back with a smile while asking, "Is that right?" She nodded firmly, head resting in her palm, elbows supporting it, as blue eyes flowed up then down his form, and Ino offered, "Though I could do with some help perhaps. I have an itch that you could scratch." A blonde eyebrow raised, Naruto asked blankly, "Did you hit your head or something? No doors, remember?" The Yamanaka offered a lazy half-shrug without removing her eyes from the form of the Uzumaki before her. Sighing again, Naruto decided to cut this off as he spoke telepathically. "I need you serious for a moment and actually tell me how you are feeling." Sighing dramatically, Ino realized he was right and began to finger the sheet she was laying on before replying in kind. "Well, not feeling anything wrong. Chakra is fine, kinda." "Kinda?" Naruto replied incredulously, brow raised and tight frown as he stared at her. Not looking up to him, she added, "Well, my senses are kinda off. More sensitive, airy almost. Best way I can put it." Thinking on that for a few moments, Naruto tried to recall what she had sent to him, and what, airily, might be linked to. Then he thought back to his own experience, about feeling like he was atop a mountain looking over a wide open area. Looking back at the woman laying on his bed, Naruto offered tentatively, "All right, we will have to retrain your sensory." She snapped up at him, look of outrage that was subdued by his glare at her as he announced further, "Until then, no chakra usage unless I am nearby. I am not a child." Ino hissed at him, glaring at him as she sat up, but Naruto glared right back with arms crossed as he countered, "Right now, Ino, your chakra. I don't want to hear it." She snipped, flinging apart the covers and sliding to her feet over, but before Ino could stand, Naruto's hands rested on her shoulders and forced her gaze to meet his as he spoke seriously, both physically and mentally, so she had to listen. "Ino Yamanaka. Listen to me here." He kneels down before her, eyes transfixed on one another as he continues. "Your chakra, from what I am now certain, has recently activated in response to the sage chakra I inadvertently shared with you. You nor I know what kind of effect it will have on you or your abilities." Ino went to interject, but his look silenced her. Idly, she also takes note that he's been doing that a lot recently, and it isn't exactly fair, but listened as he continued. "So, after I get some sleep we will then train and get a handle on this. A few hours at most, okay?" Shyly, she nods before mumbling. Only a few hours? I can handle that. I know you can, Ino-chan. Naruto offered back with a softer expression than before, sighing softly as he released her shoulders and added, You're a big girl and I know. Ino hissed at him, causing him to blink olishly as she got up as now she realized something and now glaring, speaking through clenched teeth. Stop treating me like a little girl. You are my boyfriend, not my dad. Before Naruto could react, Hanabi did. Ino-san, you are in my spot. Ino glared at her for that, noting how she too was in sleeping attire as Naruto was before looking back at said man and grumbling lowly. This isn't over. Mid-morning. As expected, Yasaka arrived at the compound somewhat irate and on a war path with an intensity that unnerved her Tengu assistant. As the leader of the Yukai faction approached the gate of the Nightwing compound, she was met by a yawning Kiba Inuzuka, who was leaning against the wall, and his clanswoman Rimi. She was telling him about her latest orders. Though both members of the Inuzuka clan stopped when they detected the scent of the fox Yukai approach with the feral Rimi letting out a low warning growl. Yasaka did not take too kindly to that, eyes narrowed on the mud. But before anything more transpired, Kiba raised his arm to block the two women and his clanswoman stood down. Sighing, the Inuzuka pack's only other male looked to the kitsune and asks, Can we help you, Lady Yasaka? Where is he? Yasaka snipped without hesitation and with a sense of urgency within her tone. Neither Nightwing needed her to elaborate as it was pretty easy to deduce based off what happened yesterday with Ino, thus Kiba informed her. Naruto's still sleeping. He won't be up for a few hours. He is sleeping? Yasaka asks incredulously, eyes shifting between both Shinobi and upon their joint nods, though Rimi's glare would have cowed lesser women. Glancing up at the sky, it was at least 10 o'clock at minimum, the vixen then stares at Kiba and orders. Then wake him up. I must ask him about. He got off night shift a few hours ago. Rimi growled at the stupid vixen, gaining her the attention of the blonde woman of the shrine. The two glared at one another. Kiba swore there was fire and lightning sparking between them both. Though his dark-haired clanswoman added, You vixens are constantly waking him up for any number of trivial reasons. Let him sleep. Trivial? Nothing I do should ever be considered trivial. Yasaka snipped back, really not liking this woman who seemed far too uncouth and undisciplined. She followed up with, This is of the utmost importance and, by the sage, Rimi quipped, interrupting the head of the faction before adding, Just come back later when our pack leader has rested. Yet before Yasaka's growl escalated into a fight, Kiba kicked off the wall and faced his clanswoman saying, Rimi, go get Shika. But, go. Now. Kiba barked, glaring at her, and as much as Rimi wanted to growl back as he was not the leader and held no authority, striking him would be bad as Naruto's brother. With reluctance, Rimi turned back and strolled off silently. Only when she was out of sight did Kiba turn back to the vixen and stated firmly, I am sorry about that, Lady Yasaka, but she does have a point. Between you and that other one constantly showing up since we got here, my brother hasn't really been getting much sleep. Blinking olishly at that information, both Yasaka and Tialara looked to one another then back at the shinobi before them with the former asking, Other vixen? Kiba just sighed before glancing back and appearing within a swirl of leaves was Shikamaru. With a single glance, the Nara muttered, Troublesome. Then taking a breath, the fire commander asks, Let me guess, it's about that Senjutsu incident, right? Yasaka was surprised but she didn't show it, instead she just nodded and asked, It is why we came here. Where is Naruto? I must speak with him. Scratching his chin in a delaying tactic, Shikamaru eventually replied calmly, He's been asleep for the past 4 hours as he has been on night patrol since we arrived. Tialara though asks, somewhat confused and bewildered. Night patrols? But why? You are safely herein. She trailed off seeing the blank stares of both men, faces void of anything readable, so Yasaka spoke up. I understand that, I really do, but I need to speak with him regarding this. There are already whispers among the council about it, and it will only be a matter of time before others start talking. Both shinobi share a look. They weren't being subtle about it. Thus Shikamaru sighed and gestured toward the gate as he spoke. Fine, but he's going to be really damn cranky being awoken to anything other than enemy attack. Or ramen. Kiba chuckled lowly, getting a lip twitch from the Nara and confusion from the two women, who promptly followed the Nara inside. Just passing the gate, Hana appeared before the commander with a tight frown and arms crossed. Shikamaru suspected this would happen and rose a hand before ordering. Go get him up. No, this is an order. She growls lowly before vanishing in a swirl of leaves, and the Nara sighs hard. After his glance back, confirming the two women were following, he moved off towards the tower. It was too early for this shit. Kitsen grounds, Night Tower. Reaching the new second floor of the tower, at least to the yukai, Shikamaru leads them into the briefing room and tells them, "Please take a seat. He should be here in." He was interrupted by Kuratsuchi arriving, leading in Benamune, and stopping dead upon realizing the room was in use. The Earth Commander asks first, "Nara, this room was supposed to be empty." Shrugging, Shikamaru gestures with his head to the vixen and her Tengu escort as he drawls, "Yeah, well, our landlady has other plans with Naruto." Both cadres rose brows at that, looking to the kitsune before Kuratsuchi asks, "Is something wrong?" Yasaka frowned, though Tialara was the one to answer. "Not in so many words." Not buying this, Kuratsuchi placed hands on hip and stared with her purple-eyed stare that was unrelenting. She was and is the official second in command of this outfit, and she damn well wants to be kept in the loop, if she's going to put in this much effort. Seeing this becoming nothing but troublesome, Shikamaru spoke up to answer the question before it got out of hand. "Naruto used senjutsu yesterday and they are nervous about our compatibility in the art." Understanding dawned on Kuratsuchi. In all honesty, she had forgotten he could do that too, and thus looks back at the vixen and stated blandly, "Oh, if that's it, then you should have just asked." Moving in to take a seat, Benamian silently following after and clearly interested, though Shikamaru was the one to ask, brow raised. "You know about it?" Kuratsuchi nodded before explaining. "Yeah, I asked him about it during..." Biting her lip, looking over at the Nara and ground out, "That mission." Seeing him nod and understanding, Kuratsuchi pushed aside her distasteful thoughts and looked back at Yasaka to continue. "In short, the only ones among us even remotely suitable for sage training would likely be those with 8 wings or higher." This was a surprise for everyone present, with Tialara asking, gaze intense on the cadre. "How can you be so certain?" Kuratsuchi looked at her blankly for a long few moments, contemplating this woman's intelligence before offering slowly, "That was me putting it simply. The long explanation you'll have to ask him. Though, I will say that I am probably the only other one who could safely use it right now." This is when Shikamaru realized what the criteria were for senjutsu, and nodding while whispering, "So I see. That's it." Drawing all eyes to him, but the Nara just stared back at his Earth counterpart, and Kuratsuchi nodded with a slight smirk. "Figured it out, huh? No surprise there." Sick of being considered a side character within her own domain, Yasaka spoke up now. "Care to enlighten us? The art of senjutsu is dangerous, and the wrath of the planet is not to be underestimated. It has caused the deaths of hundreds, and then they were all ill-trained." Naruto snipped, stepping into the room with a blank face, drawing eyes to him as he continued. "What did I miss?" Yasaka glared at him and went to speak, but Kuratsuchi spoke first. "They wanted to know if we can all use senjutsu. Broke it down to 8s and above, me being the only realistic option right now." Nodding, Naruto confirmed that. "Then why am I here?" He looks at Shikamaru, who flicked his eyes to Yasaka, forcing his eyes gaze to the golden vixen who snipped at him. "You left without. You fell asleep," Naruto stated blandly, arms crossed as he stood at the door and meeting her gaze before adding, "Then we had a situation back here that I needed to handle." "What's the issue? Who taught you senjutsu?" "I learned before we came here," Naruto replied to the vixen calmly before yawning loudly, hand covering his mouth, before eventually adding, The toads of Mount Mayaboku trained me pretty hard for like 2 months. He rose his hand and stopped the confused question coming out so he could answer it. Yes, have never heard of the place, yada yada yada. None of that matters now. Now you know that Kuratsuchi and I are the only ones. Naruto paused, recalling the incident yesterday just then, and looked to Shikamaru and asked, "Where's Ino? Has she gotten a full workup? I'll check after this." Shikamaru confirmed and Naruto nodded before looking back at Yasaka before saying, "The reason is simple. We too have the highest chakra levels, easier to balance senjutsu against." With a shrug he looks to Kuratsuchi, then to Benamian, and asks, "So, anything else, or can I go back to bed?" Kuratsuchi nodded and explained, "There's a cadre meeting at headquarters and we were just going to discuss Ishiwari's case." Nodding, Naruto stated, "That's fine. Though I guess I should attend too. Keep up the ruse and stuff." Benamian pushed up her glasses, her yellow eyes gleaming in intrigue. "That would be wise, Naruto-sama. I shall leave the details with Kuro-chan here." Nodding again, Naruto then looks to Yasaka and asks, "Anything else that needs my immediate attention?" Yasaka inclined her head, clearly upset and displeased at the attitude of her seraphim, thus spoke clipped. "I want you to report to my office before the day is up and we can discuss getting you all mobile phones. Among other things." Not caring at this point, Naruto waved that off and turned to leave when Benamian spoke up now. "Ah, that reminds me. Azazel has been meaning to discuss that with you too." Sighing so damn hard that the Nara felt it in his soul, Naruto glanced back over his shoulder and replied, "Shika will handle the Yukai and Kuro the Grigori. I'm going back to bed. Good night." He then proceeded out, and just before the door shut there was a panicked shout of, "Ni-san! Ni-san!" Another sigh before Naruto muttered, "Damn, she woke up." With the doors shut, the cranky seraphim gone, Tialara was the one to break the silence by saying, "How rude!" drawing Kuratsuchi's attention, and she was quick to defend him by saying, "Well, between you and Sei-san, he hasn't really gotten much sleep ever since he got here." She shrugged while adding, "He's cranky when drowsy." Yet it was Yasaka who asked next, "Sei-chan was here?" The Nightwing's presence snorted, with Shikamaru replying, "When isn't she?" Frowning, Yasaka stood from her seat at the table, Tialara a second behind, and she looked between the two Nightwings while saying, "I shall speak to her." The five nodded their thanks, with Shikamaru's voice drawing eyes. "Please do. The last thing we need is to have to deal with that troublesome blonde this cranky every damn morning." Rubbing his brow at the level of issue this had become already. Kitsen Grounds, Nightwing Compound. In the dining pavilion, Sakura was giving a check over on Ino and was being rather thorough with the pinkette, asking, "Anything else feeling off? Besides being treated like a little girl by my baka?" Ino quipped, watching the glowing blue hand pass down from her face and back to her chest, directly over her core. She muttered, "I feel a lighter and clearer minded." Sakura chuckled lightly, smirking knowingly as she offered back, "Sounds like Naruto. He's a bit of a worrywart at times. You know, he just cares about you." "I know." Ino sighed as the hand was removed from her chest and met the emerald eyes of her best friend briefly, that was swift in returning to her scroll and writing. After a few moments, Sakura looked back at her friend after writing her findings. "He's under a lot of pressure at the moment, Ino. Be a bit patient with him and remind him that you are not some little girl anymore." Ino rose a brow, amusement dancing across her cornflower blues before speaking suggestively. "Just like how you reminded Kiba this morning, huh?" Flushing red, Sakura averts her gaze from the idiot of a blonde and blurts out, "Ino! Stay out of my fucking head." The blonde giggled and waved her off, Ino saying, "Oh please, you weren't discreet enough, or did you forget that we are all super-powered shinobi here or something?" Horrified was the only thing that could be used to describe Sakura Haruno's face when she looked back at her friend and stammered, You can't be. Relax, you weren't even the only one." Ino sighed out, though she also looked up to the sky and avoided looking at the medical examiner, then adding, Kyoto and Omoi too were a bit too noticeable. Karui and Choji too. Then there's Shizuka and Ren. None of you are discreet enough. Feeling somewhat pacified, Sakura finishes up her notes and whispered. It's just, you know? I do. Ino confirmed with a nod, but not taking her eyes off the blue sky filled with passing clouds, leaning back against the stone table her friend was writing on. She sighed lightly before adding, it's just that, unlike you and Kiba, Naruto has a will that can't be broken. The downside of his character in this case. I can't get any until he deems it safe to do so. Wincing, Sakura glances to her friend and offered softly. You know. I am sure he wouldn't mind. He would. Ino corrected, noting that one of those clouds looked suspiciously like a kunai before adding. Or more accurately, I would. Just like the others, I want him and only him. Finally looking to her friend, Ino continued. I know that the Inuzuka girls want him, those two fox women, and something is going on with Enko, but I want him to look at me too. It means something to me, and that is why I am waiting for him. Smiling softly, Sakura nodded in understanding, then offered. It's funny, isn't it? Back in the academy, neither of us gave them any thought, right? Ino says, completing the Pinket's sentence, and upon seeing her agreement, she adds. Well, I admit, for me at least, that the only issue back then I had with Naruto was that he was loud and stupid. Sakura gave her a blank stare that caused the mind-walking Kunoichi to amend. Plus I couldn't lose to you either. The medic nodded, so Ino continued. Though, by the rebuilding after the pain attack, things between us were complicated. Complicated? Complicated. Ino confirmed as her gaze flowed over the empty tables and benches around the food gallery. After a few moments, she continued. None really knew this, and we didn't really care to spread it around, but Naruto helped me get over Sensei's death. He did? Sakura asked with a brow raised, and her friend offered a knowing half-smile while saying, It wasn't anything grandiose or flashy. He was just there. Just made sure I wasn't alone. He would silently show up at my lunch breaks and eat with me. He didn't offer any of that pity chatter and was just there. Her smile became far softer as she recalled those times back in the village. They never talked about it, nor did they speak while they were eating. Naruto would just show up, sit down, and accompany her. It was comforting. Looking back at Sakura, Ino informed. I did the same with him when the roles were reversed. Then, after the pain attack and everything kicked off, we were both just too busy. It was rather chaotic. Sakura admits with a nod, but felt herself swallow nervously upon that glare of her best friend, Ino growling. When I heard about that idiotic confession of yours. Waving her hands defensively, Sakura squeaked. I was wrong. I know that now. I apologized already. With a huff, Ino's gaze returned to the front and spots an ongoing spar between Shizuka and Ishiwari being spectated by a few of the Earth Company genin on break. After the silence dragged on far too long, the Yamanaka broke it. Well, since the death of my dad, he's been my constant. My rock. When things got tough, I'd hide out in his mind of all places. Chuckling at the fact that Kurama was a big softy after a while, going so far as to allow her to touch his fur during the height of the chaos, Ino whispered. That is why Sakura, for always being there for me, even when not asked to, that I chose him and will not betray him like that. After a minute of silence, the blonde looks over to her best friend. Sakura had a truly happy smile as she leaned her head on her palm and says softly, You really love him, right? Giggling, Ino inclined her head as she leaned back, arms back on the table, before replying, I really do, Sakura. As hard as my younger self would take it, I love Naruto Uzumaki fully and plan on staying with him as he has with me. This is when they both spot Shikamaru lead out Yasaka and her escort from Night Tower, the new nickname for the Kage Tower, and watch as he leads them to the exit. Late afternoon. With coffee in hand, Naruto watches over Ino as she sits in a meditative pose on the floor in the training ground. He was monitoring her chakra output for any possible irregularities as she floated around her body. Taking another sip, he glanced to his side where Kiba and Sakura were standing. As the Yamanaka raised her hand and produced a familiar spinning ball of death, just far smaller than her boyfriend's, all focused intently on her coils in hopes this doesn't trigger anything. After a minute, it was Kiba who broke the silence. How does she know that move, out of curiosity? She copied it from my memories. Naruto reported calmly and clearly unbothered by the feat or fact that she had. Clearly, he was aware of it, and had no reason to lie about it. After another sip, he commented, Ino, more chakra. Wordlessly, Ino did so and they all saw the spinning ball of green-hue chakra grow in size yet remain stable. It was now twice the size of a tennis ball. A glance from Naruto pushed Sakura forward and run a brief diagnostic jutsu of her friend's core, after which she reported, All clear for now. Nodding, Naruto then instructs, Make a second. This is ridiculous. Ino quipped, but the mental prod from her worrying leader pushed her to do so. Raising her left hand, a very small, ping-pong ball-sized Rasengan began to form far slower than the first. Taking far longer than she liked, Ino growled and her frustration was evident. Thankfully, however, no senjutsu reaction was felt and Naruto nodded in relief before ordering mentally, You can stop now. Immediately both balls vanished and Ino sighed then slumped back, falling onto the grass sloppily. Chuckling, Sakura offered her some water while saying, You look fine for now, but… Taking the water and sitting back up, Ino finished. Yeah, monitoring for the next few weeks. A few sips later before she glared at her fellow blonde and griped. How is it that your mistake is causing me this much trouble, huh? Naruto sighed, scratching the back of his neck but again, spoke telepathically. I'll make it up to you. I swear. Just like you want me to. Externally, he said. It's my bad and it won't happen again. Ino's cheeks gained an ever-increasing rosiness to them as her thoughts tumbled down that very long, deep, and very, very naughty rabbit hole. She couldn't help it, and knew that he was likely picking it up too, but damn is she raring to go. The last Yamanaka was brought out of her la-la land by Sakura's hand on her forehead while asking, What's wrong? Your temperature. Nothing. Ino snipped, pulling away from the pale hand of her friend. The last thing she needs is the accidental mental tap from her best friend right now. Her mind is not a safe place for anyone who isn't her, or maybe Naruto. Speaking of which, he had his hand covering his face at what she had been thinking of and was mumbling about how quick that was and how much time that would take to clear from his own. Noticing this, Kiba asked, Something you not telling us? Nothing for you to worry about. Naruto murmured lowly, slowly removing his hand from his face and sipping his coffee. Ino nodded rapidly before getting up and stretching, then changing the subject with, So my ban on chakra use is lifted? We will keep it limited. Sakura informed with a nod, though she was very curious about the reaction of the two blondes, but her professional mode kicked in and she added, But only for a week or two, depending on how things go. Thanks, Doc. Naruto's quick response and successfully redirected attention from their reactions to the way he addressed Sakura, who turned on him with a glare. Idiot! Take this seriously. I am, though. Naruto snapped back before being headlocked by Kiba, who had a fanged grin as he offered, Leave it, bro, or I'll have to deal with it. That night, with the last of their construction work marked out and started, Naruto was painting a highly complex seal array around several points of the perimeter of their home. This was to provide protection, detection, and to prevent outside forces from sensing within their compound. Not even senjutsu should be able to detect anything within. They will finally be safe. Flying to the next point, Naruto contemplates how to handle the eventual integration of non-shinobi forces into the Night Wings. Ishiwari will likely not be the first, and then there is Tagaki in holding. The latter has 6 wings and is far more entrenched in the traditional ways of the Grigori than the former, who is still young and malleable in her thinking. Keeping her locked up won't do them any favors, and the mission kicking off soon will likely net them additional personnel, who will likely fall under him once they have been verified to be loyal. Perhaps bringing it up in the briefing tomorrow, and summon all the commanders for a chat. The last thing any of them wanted was their new home being discovered and targeted, due to some loose lips. They've lost their homes once, this second one, like this chance, will be protected without fail, and as shinobi, their greatest asset is deception. A secondary village then? Like their current abode is their home and have the secondary one act as their front. Will something so simple be effective? Best ask the others, Naruto muses as he touches down at another spot and pulls out his sealing brush with enough ink to cover the discreetly placed pillar. This part will be buried in the morning by Kuratsuchi and Choji before he activates the barrier fully. Just as he finishes up his work, Naruto senses a familiar presence and asks softly, "Is this going to be a regular occurrence, Samchan? Our secret rendezvous?" Landing elegantly, Samui replied softly, "I just wanted to see if you were cool." "I am, thank you," Naruto replied with a smile, finishing up the last stroke and lifting the brush delicately away as to not smudge anything. The ink will dry completely before morning, then it will be put into place and buried securely. Standing up and stepping back, the Uzumaki inspects his work while offering back. "You've been kind of distant from the others. Something on your mind?" Appearing at his side, Samui shook her head softly before replying, "They only want one thing. It isn't cool." Glancing to her, Naruto gave an exaggerated look up, then down, then back up before speaking dryly. "You know, Samchan, you are by far one of the most curvaceous creatures in this or even our own world. It is not all that surprising, is it?" Looking to him, she nodded before replying, "I am aware of that, yes. Doesn't make it any less cool. Then, take into account that lustful nature of our fallen angel sides." Naruto continued and she nodded, so he added, "It is bound to become a little more. Samui shrugged, not commenting on that and causing him to sigh while looking back at the seal and beginning to walk around the post. Naruto began to speak again. "Then, why not pick on your own then? Genma's a pretty cool guy, strong too. There's also Soga from Water. The strong silent type." Coming back around and not spotting any mistakes, Naruto looks over to her blank face and continued, "Tabito of the Earth Company too. Though, I think he is only a chunin and rather stubborn. Don't know him too well, but he's one of us, so." He shrugged as Samui folded her arms beneath her chest, causing a slight jiggle, but Naruto did not allow his eyes to track it and focused on her own blue eyes as he added, "I don't recommend Niwa though, dude's way too much of a headache and you'd probably fry him if he tried." "I have already," Samui commented with a frown that spread to the black bang blonde, Naruto murmuring, "I'll have to speak to Chojuro about his conduct in the morning." Nodding, Samui asks, "You are my friend, yes?" "Without a doubt," Naruto responded, and so she nodded before offering, "Then, can you leave that alone? I don't want anything to do with them." Sighing, Naruto nodded before offering, "Sorry, it isn't my place to talk about your life like that." She nodded her acceptance of his apology, and looks back at the Fuinjutsu, inspecting it before asking, "Can you teach me about that?" Following her gaze, Naruto smiled before looking back at the full blonde and nodding while saying, "Sure, I don't mind. Would be great to have someone else to talk about it and work with." Samui nodded before offering a small smile, again, which is something only the two would witness. Kitsun Grounds, Night Tower. Late morning. Naruto's eyes open upon sensing someone entering his room and slide down to find none other than Hana, standing just inside the doorway whilst meeting his gaze directly. She held up a coffee in hand and he grumbled, "Who is it this time?" "Both of them," Hana reports softly, getting a grunt from him as he sat up, stirring little Hanabi, and she continued, "Kuratsuchi has been trying to deal with it, but both are rather insistent about speaking with you." Taking the presented coffee, Naruto nodded while sipping and answering after he swallowed, "Are they in the meeting room?" Hana nodded, so he pushes off the bed, much to Hanabi's annoyance that she voices, "Ni-chan? Sorry, Hanabi-chan, but I have to handle this," Naruto reports while grabbing his jonin vest and sandals from the side of the room, the young girl grumbling about stupid foxes the entire time. Hana agreed with the sentiment wholeheartedly but was also somewhat disappointed that he didn't fully change into his uniform. No bare chest to gawk at, but she did not voice it and instead followed after him as he left. Hana opens the door to the meeting room and Naruto sighs breathlessly. I can open doors myself, Hana. She pretended to not hear him, despite the two knowing full well her hearing is naturally second to none, and he enters to find Kuratsuchi, annoyed but playing nice, Yasaka and Sei around the table. No Tengu. Curious, Naruto began. So, what can we do for you, Lady Yasaka? Lady Sei? Yasaka was the first to speak, a hard stare at the Seraphim class fallen. You did not come to my office yesterday. Why? Obligations to my people. Naruto states as he sat on the long table's edge by the door, looking across to them all and asks. Also, I had tasked Shikamaru with any inquiries you may have. As the third highest in our command structure, he should have been able to handle it unless something else came up. Third? Yasaka questioned and Naruto suspected that it was due to not getting him, or his second, and sigh. He then gestured to the woman sitting at the table's head, between the two vixens, and informing. Kuratsuchi there is second in command, directly beneath myself. Both vixens looked to the clearly forced smile of diplomatic nature upon the raven-haired Kunoichi. That told Naruto she had tried to explain that earlier, and they didn't believe her. Sighing, he then informed. Thus, as I am still on the night roster and Kuratsuchi was busy with our obligations to the Grigori, I asked Shikamaru to handle things. Is there something wrong with that? You are delegating myself to that of a subordinate? Are you aware of how rude that is? Yasaka asked seriously, not taking her stern gaze from his form, and he did not flinch nor back down. Sighing, Naruto said in return. Lady Yasaka, I am not trying to be rude, honestly. He swiveled around and sat atop the table with legs crossed before continuing. It's just that we are trying to stand down from our war stance. Right now, if we were to be attacked, we'd likely be able to respond in under 2 minutes, full force, and strike out immediately. Is that a bad thing? Sei asked softly, leaning forward on the table and emphasizing her sizable bust, but Naruto shook his head, trying to explain further. In some ways, no it isn't. However, it is exhausting and damaging to one's psyche for extended periods of time, thus we need to shift it. He takes a breath to break up the information and also to line his thoughts up before continuing. Also, consider that anyone who isn't one of us could easily become a target, due to our unfamiliarity with all your people, and things could very well become a mess. It isn't a conscious thing, nor do we believe that we'd actually kill your people, it's just... Frowning, Yasaka went to speak, but Kuratsuchi said in response. Our war stance is slowly shifting towards peace, but it is taking time. A month or so, and we should be able to find a new rhythm. Naruto supplied, and Kuratsuchi nodded with a click of her fingers as she stated. Right. With the completion of the village, we are finally getting permanent homes and utilities again. The adjustment period is almost over. It took a few moments before Yasaka sighed and nodded. Perhaps she had been pushing too hard and too fast. After a moment, she responded. Very well. I will put this aside for now, however. I expect to be kept up to speed with any developments. Without a doubt. Naruto and Kuratsuchi speaking in unison, causing both vixens to look between them, and in response, both shrugged similarly. Though, after a moment, Naruto asked, Is there anything else, Lady Yasaka? Your senjutsu training. Yasaka began, but Naruto rose a hand to stop here, when she fell silent, and he continued. Listen, Lady Yasaka, we have no intention on traveling down that road for now, as we have bigger problems. So, as of right now, my and Kuratsuchi's training in the art is on pause. Although surprised by that fact, not thinking he would train her in the art, Kuratsuchi did not show it, and just nodded while Naruto continued. Besides, none really care to learn it even if they have the means to. So you can relax in the knowledge that we aren't all suddenly going to become senjutsu-wielding, rage-filled monsters capable of destroying everything and anything in sight. Naruto waved that off and finished with, Too much work, and the amount of paperwork for that is far too troublesome. Both Hana and Kuratsuchi cheer in acknowledgement. Preach! Earning sweat drops from the two yokai in attendance. Deciding to change the subject, Yasaka asked. Then, what about the mission I have assigned to you? Getting serious, Naruto was about to explain when Kuratsuchi did. On that front, actually. Drawing all eyes to her, so she continued swiftly. It was scheduled to start today, but we've since rescheduled it until after the cadre meeting tomorrow. And why is that? Yasaka asked with a raised brow, but Kuratsuchi continued, face stoic and unyielding. We have business to take care of and, as we are assuming command over the Japanese sector, we have to take responsibility and receive information from the forces already here. Getting a nod from the Golden Vixen thus, she continued. As cadres, we have to make our presence in Grigori known so when out in the field, the regular fallen know who we are. So we are both going whilst Nara holds down the fort. After a few moments, Yasaka nodded before asking. How long will you both be gone? A day at least, 3 at most. Kuratsuchi reported smoothly, leaning back in her seat with arms crossed while staring down the black-banged blonde leader ahead of her. Naruto nodded his acceptance before looking to the two vixens and added. We are almost fully settled in and will be ready to meet your expectations soon, Lady Yasaka. Please be a little more patient with us. Yasaka nodded before sitting straight and replying. Very well, we shall speak after your meeting. Is there anything else we need to discuss? Naruto went to dismiss it when Hana cleared her throat softly, drawing eyes to her, and she signed in hidden leaf code. One prisoner. Realization took over Naruto, and he nodded to the door, so the Inuzuka nodded back and left swiftly before the male blonde looked to the three women, then saying, Actually, Lady Yasaka. Remember that asset we captured? Upon seeing her nod, he continued. Well, we have given her a chance of redemption, but only if she pleads her case to you. She has agreed, and seeing as you are here, I have ordered her to be brought before you. Getting far more serious now, Yasaka nodded before asking. This is the one you interviewed, you called it? Putting it lightly. Kuratsuchi muttered, earning eyes on her, but Naruto continued. The very same. She is somewhat fearful of us now and is desperate for another chance. We will keep her here with us until we figure out how best to integrate non-shinobi into our ranks more thoroughly at a later date. Sighing, Yasaka shared a look with Sei before they both nodded, then turned back to the sitting blonde, and the Kyuubi announced. Very well. However, before you do anything regarding integration of normal Grigori, I expect them all to be verified by my own security personnel. That is also something I have been meaning to talk to you about. Nodding in understanding, Naruto replied calmly. Then yes. Shikamaru is the best to talk with. Why not Genma? Kuratsuchi asked as she rose a brow, confused why their appointed chief security officer wasn't on the cards for such an assignment. Naruto looked to her with a raised brow himself and said, Because he's Genma. That seemed to answer everything for the former stone resident. Kuratsuchi nodded in understanding and begins to recall the absolute certainty of the special Jonin's flawless combat record. Even after hearing about it, post-war, she still can't believe her home had barely labeled him as a mid-A rank threat and not on par with the likes of Sharingan Kakashi. He knows the Flying Thunder God technique of the fourth, which should already put him on S rank, and yet her home hadn't known about him. Noting Kuratsuchi's shudder, Yasaka rose a brow before looking to Naruto and asking, as she recalled the rather lazy man from a few days ago. Genma-san? What's so special about him? Naruto chuckled lightly at that before shrugging calmly and reporting. Nothing really. He didn't come from a family of note, nor did he have a famous sensei or even reach the top ranks. He's just an all-around average shinobi. For some reason, Yasaka nor Sei believed that, but also could tell that he wasn't lying but wasn't telling the truth either. His face wasn't blank but was perfectly unreadable, as was Kuratsuchi's, which only added to their paranoia. A knock on the door alerted the arrival of the prisoner, and caused a slight reshuffle in the room. Naruto replaced Kuratsuchi at the table's head, though she only moved to his left and directly opposite Yasaka, who had Sei on her right. Come in. The door parted and in came Tagaki, She was no longer sickly pale but a far healthier pale complexion that was a very sharp contrast to her dark purple hair. No bags under her small yet sharp black eyes, the cut on her small lips fully healed and left her round face mark-free. Her seductive body was covered up in a basic black undershirt and cargoes of the Nightwings, and wore no makeup of any kind. That being said, the meekness of her movements, the hesitation when looking around, and the controlled fear behind her calm facade were all noted. Coming in behind her as escort was Chojuro and Anko, followed by Hana who had collected them. Sensing the seriousness of the room, Anko locked down her normally sultry attitude she had with Naruto and stood to attention alongside the others. Hana moved swiftly to Naruto's back and remained quiet as he spoke. "Six-Wing Tagaki? Do you know why we have brought you here?" Bowing, Tagaki reported promptly. "Yes, Cadre Naruto. To plead my case to Lady Yasaka for my life." Nodding, Naruto continued. "Exactly. As you were operating in this sector without authorization and as a member of the Grigori, your punishment falls to me to decide. However, we are deferring to our obligations with the Kyoto Yukai faction in this affair. Do you understand?" Upon her nod, Naruto looks to Yasaka and offered. "Lady Yasaka." Nodding, said Vixen looked to the woman, currently flanked by two of her Nightwings, and asks, "I have been informed that you wish to atone for your mistakes, is that correct?" "It is, Lady Yasaka." Tagaki reports promptly, not lifting her gaze from the floor, and so missed Yasaka's nod but heard her ask, "What assurances are there that you will not betray this second chance?" Swallowing hard, Tagaki has been pondering that very question for some time. Perhaps almost as long as she had been in that dungeon before that psycho interrogator stepped in and introduced herself. After a deep, solid breath she began. "I have been thinking on that a lot, Lady Yasaka." Finally looking up at the woman being addressed, Tagaki forced herself to push on despite now seeing the cadres both staring at her. "I do not really have an answer that will satisfy you. I have, however, made my position clear to my cadres and that if they can help me rescue my sister and friend, allow them to come here and work." She looked directly at the black-banged blonde this time. "I will do whatever it takes to prove myself." Yasaka turns to look at Naruto and ask, "Is that true?" The secret seraphim nodded but Kuratsuchi replied, "We are aware of Tagaki's position and reasoning. It's bundled with Ishiwari's case that we are planning to address in our upcoming meeting." "Then why did you?" "We are technically under your command, Lady Yasaka." Naruto cut the vixen off, meeting her gaze firmly and continuing. "And, as I had promised, any issue with the fallen we are handling, but ultimately, the decision is yours and we will abide by it." Nodding, Yasaka turned back to the clearly terrified fallen before her and replied, "Then I shall hold my judgment for now and await news from the meeting. As long as you serve under either of my Nightwings, your execution order will remain suspended. Am I clear?" Bowing fully, Tagaki reported formally, "I understand and thank you for your generosity, Lady Yasaka." "Chojuro. I am placing her under your command." Naruto reported promptly, earning a nod from the Shinobi swordsman, and so he continued. "Get her settled into your barracks, then report in and registered with the medical team." "No sweat, Naruto." Chojuro nodded firmly, and so the male cadre added, "Also, do me a favor and deal with Niwa's attitude. If he wants to visit Anko, all he had to do was ask." Anko grinned and caused Tagaki to shudder involuntarily, though Chojuro sighed and nodded as he reported, "I will speak to him again." Nodding, Naruto ordered, "You are all dismissed." After they left, Yasaka turned to Naruto and asked, "Is that all we have to discuss?" He nodded, so she too stood up, say a moment later, before Yasaka continued, "In that case I must return to my office. Please keep me informed of any more problems or information you have." Late evening. Naruto awoke from his nap for his final night patrol this week to find Cheyenne stepping into his room, and upon seeing him awake she offered, "Hey, it's time to get up, sleepyhead." Nodding, Naruto nudged the grumbling mass known as Hanabi at his side before deflecting her juken strike at his legs like an afterthought as he sat up. Swinging around, he offered a smile. "Thanks, Cheyenne-chan. Hopefully the barrier will work and we won't have to worry about intruders slipping in during these times. Nodding in agreement, the light blonde watches as her boyfriend starts getting dressed in his uniform and allows her to see his bare form from head to toe. She had heard from Ino that it was the best she herself had seen and wasn't disappointed. Cheyenne would admit, to herself and Ino alone, that her own, lustrous side has become rather intense, and is also rather keen on putting it to rest. Though she too understands that there are two main factors as to why Naruto is holding off for now. First being the lack of privacy. Thanks to Choji, Omo, Kuratsuchi, Tenten and Shikamaru spearheading the construction efforts, everyone now has a roof over their heads, but the personalized spaces are only now being addressed. Naruto, being their leader, has allowed the others to have theirs prioritized, thus him staying in what will eventually be a storage room in the tower. No privacy, as most the higher-ups come through here at some point. The second factor is Hanabi's dependence on him. The young Hyuga has spent the last few weeks unable to sleep without feeling Naruto at her side and thus has refused to sleep anywhere he isn't. He has been pulling apart, slowly, and has gotten away with only leaving a clone, but it is still a problem. Cheyenne was brought out her thoughts by familiar lips pressing against hers, jolting her into the fact that Naruto was kissing her. She returned it gently, and after a 10-second make-out session, he pulls back and asks, "So, you paying attention now?" Blinking owlishly, Cheyenne asks, "What do you mean?" Chuckling, Naruto shook his head and asked instead, "How have you been holding up?" "Well," Cheyenne began, eyes rolling to the left, then right and then back at him, then saying, "Kurenai-chan is doing a lot better and Mirai-chan no longer cries most nights. Ko-san and I have a system in place for council affairs, so we should be okay moving forward." Nodding along, Naruto offered back slowly, "Our business ventures then?" Nodding, Cheyenne reported, "We've identified a few ideas and are planning on using them to build a local reputation up. Though Ino-chan wants us to include some very rare flowers alongside the fields. I told her to ask you about it." Sighing, Naruto mumbled, "Oh great, she is going to talk my ear off. I will warn Sakura-chan." Cheyenne confirmed with a knowing smile, and he smirked back while offering, "You are rather cheeky these days." Tugging lightly on his neck with the arms around it, Cheyenne nodded and confirmed, "I just know how much you love me, so I use that to my advantage." Nodding, Naruto added, "I see, in that case." As he trailed off, he watches her stiffen and eyes start glowing. Naruto watches in amusement as Cheyenne's pale cheeks gain more and more scarlet to them, clearly understanding his intentions. When they turned back to her amethyst jewels, she stammered, Well, I understand. Do you?" Naruto asked with a growing smirk, and she nodded frantically before releasing him and stepping back. This is when Hanabi spoke now, also now dressed in her normal light yellow kimono with light violet painted textures and orange obi with a black cord. "Get a room, Ni-chan." "Trying to, believe it or not," Naruto mumbled, glancing to her. Hanabi either chose to ignore the insinuation or it went over her head, either Naruto nor Cheyenne could tell which. That night, under the moonless night, Naruto finishes his second circuit, and was heading back over towards the furthest part of the land purchased for the Grigori. He wanted to check on and add a few sealed traps there just to be sure. This place was a wooded area and was most popular with his own former land of fire residents to escape to during the daytime. For obvious reasons. Thus, during the day he doesn't have to worry about anyone sneaking in here, but it also means if someone wanted to capture one of them, setting up a trap during the night would make it easier. Easier, not certain, and he doubts any of them would actually fall for it. Landing on the tree line, as silently as an owl might dream of, Naruto moved with the wind and a critical eye while searching for signs of tampering or unnatural changes. 20 minutes in and he wasn't surprised by her arrival, as it seems to be the norm now. Together, the two Nightwings finished the inspection in just under an hour, with the following one being used to reinforce the discrete trap seals. When the last brush stroke was taken and lifted, Naruto let out a tired sigh before standing up, yet before he could activate it with hand signs, his hands were grabbed. Looking to his friend, He went to ask, but Samui pulled him around and pushed him against the tree trunk, smashing her lips against his. Surprised by this, Naruto went to push her off, but she pulled back and simply put a pale finger across his lips. Seeing his confusion, Samui shook her head and began to slide off her jonin vest, releasing her sizable bust. The second it hit the ground, she re-engaged into a tongue war with Naruto, and it quickly devolved into a carnal yet sensual fight. Slipping to the ground, Samui lifts up her undershirt and reveals her lacy black bra. It didn't take long for his vest and shirt to join hers as she unclipped, showing her pale pink nipples to a non-family member for the first time. Before Naruto could ask again, she slammed her lips against his again, silencing him. While he was distracted with her tongue, his hands sinking into her tits, Samui tugs then pulls down his trousers and pants. Naruto's breath hitched upon feeling her massage his penis. It was rapidly standing for duty. She pulls back, saliva bridging their barely parted lips, and there was nothing but lust in both sets of eyes. Raising up, Samui didn't break eye contact as she lowered down onto her target, and her own breath hitched. Her pussy being parted and filled by Naruto's dick all the way before finally bottoming out. Samui took a few breaths to get accustomed to this feeling of feeling full and excited, with that feeling finally being sated. After a few moments, she looks back at her partner, and again she leans in and locks lips. He doesn't resist. Soon, she begins to rise and fall rhythmically, moaning into his lips. Naruto begins thrusting too, massaging and squeezing her breasts while playing with her reddening nipples, causing more moans from his partner. Pulling back, their heavy, labored breaths mixed between them and elevating the heat being shared between them both as they stared into one another's eyes. Abruptly, Samui orgasmed. Tensing, locking up as she tries to muffle her own moan as to remain discreet, inadvertently clenching around Naruto's dick as she curled in on him. Slipping his hands out from her large breasts, Naruto slides his hands down to her ass, and then he began to thrust despite the hot, vice-like grip Samui had on him. She muffled herself against his shoulder, shuddering and shaking from the raw pleasure running up her spine. After the third peak, Samui finds the strength to lift herself up and pulled Naruto into another lip lock with her hands running through his spiky blonde and raven hair. It was a hungry, passionate, and lustful makeout, but succeeded in pushing him further over the edge. Feeling him slow, from tiredness or to pace himself, Samui began to ride him harder and harder with their lust peaking. This increased as she heard and felt his grunting with a new feeling of excitement at making her friend bend to her will, and she finds herself wanting to egg him on make him. At that moment, Naruto jerked and pulled her down, thrusting, and Samui felt him come hard and deep. The warmth was endless and filling. She held him into her own body, and the two would remain interlocked for some time, not a word shared between them. The two sat inside the small woods, hidden by shadows and trees. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Report 6 Stormfront. Grigori Headquarters, Meeting Room 3. Benemune led Naruto and Kuratsuchi, with their escorts Hana and Shizuka, respectively, through the headquarters towards the meeting room. They stood out as they were all in their jonin attire but with 2 visible insignias on their persons. On their upper right arms held a plate with the Grigori logo, and on their left chests held a kunai, pointed to the floor, with black wings curled around it. Enko's work after researching patches, and that is what she sees her Nightwing's insignia being. Despite everyone's best efforts, Naruto was swayed to her way of thinking, yet again, and so here they are. She is most definitely a talented artist. Though Naruto wasn't thinking about that. His mind has been rather absent after that late-night rendezvous with Samui. She wasn't acting any different, or even acknowledging the fact that they had sex in the woods. During the normal morning handover meeting, she was as cool as ever. Obviously, he hadn't acknowledged it either and performed his duty as normal, but it's got him in a weird position. Thankfully, Ino has kept her mind under tight control and locks to prevent her thoughts from slipping out. As she was focused on that, she hasn't picked up on his concerns yet. As he lacked the intent, Cheyenne wouldn't have picked up on it either, so as of right now, it is only known to them both. Perhaps it's best this way. Let her choose the terms and he'll decide what was best for him in response. The group coming to a stop was enough to pull Naruto from his thoughts, and to Benamian, who pushed open the door into an office-like meeting room. Pretty standard space, long wide chipwood table that was surrounded by black swivel chairs on wheels. Muted gray-blue walls and a white board on the side. Within there were 6 other people, all looking over when the 5 entered the room, with one of the guys perking up and calling out. "Penamune, what took you?" "Sorry, Arthur. Just had to get our newest duo." Benamian replied with a smile and naturally drew the attention of the room to the 4 newcomers she had arrived with. The chief secretary of the Grigori gestured to the first woman and introduced. "This is Cadre Kuratsuchi, second in command of the Night Wings." That certainly got their attention, visible as their eyes widened and mouths fell open, with one of the women present jumped up while pointing. You're one of those rumored ghosts?" Kuratsuchi held a blank face while responding dryly. "That is what she said?" Benamian giggled softly, knowing the theatrical state they will all be in when introducing the next one, as she gestured to the black bang blonde at Kuratsuchi's side and spoke. "And this is Cadre Naruto, leader of the Night Wings." Gasps from all as they stare at the blank face of Naruto, who folded his arm, and before they could shout and deny, he spoke. "Yes, I am the leader of the, from what I hear, we have been called, the super-secret ghost unit of the Grigori. As you can see, we aren't ghosts. Just highly trained men and women who prefer the more silent approach." He shrugged lightly before looking to their guide, who had a satisfied smirk on her visage, adjusting their glasses to reflect the light to prevent her orange eyes from being seen, and he could suspect she is highly amused and enjoying every moment of this. Naruto's attention was drawn to the fair-skinned woman who stood up. Her light brown hair was in a bun/ponytail mix, and as she approached silently, all watched her. Stopping before the 2 arrivals, green eyes flowing from one to the other before landing on Kuratsuchi, and offered a handshake while saying, "Pleasure to meet you, Kuratsuchi. My name is Sasha, I run the southeastern Russo-Mongolia sector." Taking the hand, Kuratsuchi replied as firmly as her shake. "Pleasure, Sasha." Sasha nodded stiffly, before glancing at Naruto, who had only passively listened to the interaction, while staring over at the other 2 men present, that were giving him the stink eye. Following his gaze, she found her neighboring sector commanders staring right back and rolled her eyes, muttering, "Gah, men and their egos. Tell me about it." Kuratsuchi muttered back nowhere near low enough, and immediately felt the shudder of a prank in her near future running down her spine. She gulped, cursing herself for getting swept away by this woman. Naruto had literally pulled her out from the depths of hell, risking everything to save her, and she had to open her stupid mouth. Having had her fill of amusement, Benamian cleared her throat and successfully pulled the room's eyes to her as she gestured to the table while offering, "Please take your seats. We need to share your reports on your respective regions." Sasha led her fellow cadres to the table wordlessly, leaving Hana and Shizuka by the door, both acting as guards by flanking it. This drew the eyes of the males who weren't Naruto, with a short-haired dark blonde calling out, his Russian accent thick, What about you lovely ladies, come join?" He was interrupted by Naruto, who cut his eyes dangerously at this fool who dared. "I suggest you do not finish that sentence or you'll lose your head." The tone was as cold as his threat, sharp as any blade, and the killing intent nailed it home that he was perfectly capable and willing to carry it out. It left them all speechless for a moment, but it didn't last, as the black-eyed blonde stood up and glared at Naruto as he spoke. "Do not think you are some big shot, just because—" "Mikhail, sit down," Benamian ordered firmly, cutting him off and drawing eyes to her with an uncharacteristic stern expression. Her eyes showed steel and an uncompromising determination that unnerved Mikhail. He would not back down, however, and growled back, "Benamian, you cannot be." "Oh, but I am," Benamian retorts sharply, placing her files down on the table before leaning forward on it and continuing. Some of those wild rumors running about that I have heard did get a few things right about our Nightwings. The reason for their presence here is to introduce them to you all. Her yellow eyes gazed over the normal members of the Grigori twice over before she continued. They are our elite fighting force. That is of little doubt, and I can say with confidence that one of their 6 wings. Benjamin gestured to the ladies by the door before explaining. Will be able to handle any of you in a one-on-one fight. That caused a gasp from the non-Nightwing members, all snapping to them both with Hana smirking and Shizuka waving daintily. Benjamin continued, drawing eyes back to her. For now, they are operating independently of our main forces and are starting to integrate into our common forces. But make no mistake when I say this. Her eyes hardened, glare fierce as she reiterated. The Nightwings are indeed big shots, working directly and only with Azazel-sama. If you encounter one in the field, they can and will disregard any orders you give them and have our blessing to do so. All the Nightwings present find themselves smirking at the woman's tenacity. She is normally so calm and happy-go-lucky, but it seems she has a firm hand when dealing with their fellows. They all tune back in to hear Benjamin add. However, we are attempting to bring down the divide between them and us as our overall numbers are lowering by the day. They all nod and she sighed, shaking her head before pushing up to stand at her full height, then continuing. As such, the Nightwings have been given the Japanese territory to manage and will be working with the Yukai to improve our relations. If any of you have assets there, please either hand them over or pull them from there. Getting a few nods before Benjamin finally takes her seat at the table's head, then looking over the gathering and began with. Okay, let's start with you, Maria. Getting a nod from the dark-haired, 6-foot-tall slender woman with bright blue eyes, and she continued. How are things going in the Korean peninsula? Kitsen Grounds, Nightwing Compound. Samui inspects her new office on the 2nd floor of the Lightning offices. It had cues from the Raikage's office but blended with the current modern style of this world. A black wooden desk was the centerpiece. The glass window looking over the plaza allowed you to see into the still under construction night tower, and from this vantage point, you could see the meal pavilion. Running her fingers across the desk while looking over at the empty shelves dotting about, the black couch against the wall opposite the window and hanging portrait of Jinjagakure, and eventually landing on the portrait of her team before the war, Samui sighed. Things have changed a lot since it was taken. She still has Omo and Karui, but Yujitone, B-sensei, and Raikage had all fallen in combat. Not only that, but her 2 teammates are off with their respective partners and here she is. Sighing again, Samui finally sits upon the black leather chair and adjusted a few times to get it comfortable. When right, she looks back at the photograph and ponders things further. Last night she finally relieved her pent-up lust and desire for companionship in one go. Like any kunoichi worth their paper tags and weight, she did her reconnaissance and vetted her options carefully. Among their group, the Nightwings, there were thin pickings. It isn't like she could pick from the Grigori at large, all things considered, as the few limited interactions she had with them were not promising. Obviously, her first port of call were those remaining from Kumo, but dismissed them all immediately. Too close. Thankfully, she had an experience with her leader back before they left that training camp. When she touched him, she didn't feel repulsed by the touch, nor did he allow his eyes to roam. As a bonus, he turned out to be the only person she could train all out against without fear of injuring him, and he always took her seriously and never looked down on her. It was an easy choice after that. Her friend Naruto was going to be her partner. Samui obviously watched his actions with all due diligence, under the most intense scrutiny, but it only secured his place for her. He is cool and trustworthy. A bit naive maybe, no, that is the wrong word. More idealistic than most shinobi. But he has proven his word and led them to this point far better than anyone else thought possible. It isn't hard to understand why so many of her fellows are throwing themselves at him. Even with that said, she claimed him first and foremost. Samui finds herself smirking at that. It was a wonderful feeling being his and dominating his attention. Things though are now rather complicated. With this choice made, she can think more clearly on how best to make things more comfortable for her and those under her. Omoe and Kari are fine, the others too, so it leads to the fact that they are starting to build up their official mission records again. The utmost diligence must be maintained as many new foes are likely to seek them out. Her partner made a good point in the morning handover. If we intend to bring in outsiders, then a secondary facility should be built, and their home here kept isolated away from public attention. They need not worry about spies right now, but it's something to consider. For a moment, Samui finds herself staring at the office of her partner. She can see Omoe, Shikamaru-san and Kiba-san huddled together over the table. They were suddenly joined by those two particular blondes, Ino-san and Cheyenne-san. Not quite her rivals, seeing as she already claimed her place, but they are something, one may suppose. The next moment, she wonders what he's doing right now. Probably in a meeting with the Grigori. Taking her eyes off that, shutting away those thoughts for later, just in time for a knock on the door and for her to call out. Enter. In came Karui with a few dozen scrolls, and she asks immediately, "Where do you want these?" "Put them on the couch," Samui instructs, standing up and adding, "I will handle them." Wordlessly, Karui does so, and over the next 2 hours, the members of the Lightning Company began to set up their now completed office building and the sleeping quarters in the basement. At the gate, Gunma watches as a group of kitsunes approaches the compound, only halting his tongue twirling of his samban when they stopped before him, and so he asked, "Can I help you?" The leader nodded. He matched him in height but had black hair and bright blue eyes and 4 black tails. The man spoke calmly. "Hey, yeah, well, my name is Izuhara Iota." Extending a hand but only got a head nod from the man guarding the gate, so the kitsune lowered it before continuing. "Yes, well, my friends and I have heard stories about your group from Lady Sei." "Stories, huh?" Gunma murmured, not liking the fact that pushy woman has been yapping her gums about their outfit. A clear breach in their security they'll have to address. Seeing the tightening of this Valen's frame, Izuhara was quick to amend his statement. "In full confidence, I assure you. Our lips are firmly sealed." "Is that so?" Gunma asked with a brow raised. The group of kitsune all nod vigorously in hopes of not incurring any trouble on behalf of their clan head or themselves. After a few moments, the shinobi nodded, so Izuhara continued. "Well, we were hoping that we may exchange some notes on chakra." "On chakra?" "Yeah, we hear you guys use it in some abstract ways." Shimada Ioka spoke excitedly, a purple-furred 3-tails with striking blue eyes, and caught the attention of the arriving Yoshi Inuzuka. She came around the corner to come face to face with the kitsune, frowning at them, but they were all gawking her up all the same. After all, Yoshi Inuzuka stood at 6 foot, slender but incredibly toned physique, and sharp black eyes and a soft face. Her black hair was partially a spiky mess that was pulled into a high ponytail, but has a single bang running down the left of her face past her ear, and like all Inuzuka, her fang markings on her cheeks. Looking to Gunma, the 22-year-old known as Yoshi asks, "What's the commotion?" Looking back at his fellow special jonin, Gunma replied, "They want to train with us." Folding her arms across her perfectly average chest that she certainly isn't self-conscious about, Yoshi rose a brow at that and asked, "Our training? As in?" Yet it was Izuhara who spoke, stepping forward, causing both shinobi to snap to him. "Our lady has informed us of your skill with chakra manipulation, and we wish to train and share notes with you on the subject." Growling lowly, Yoshi mumbles, "Loose lips, huh?" "My thoughts exactly," Gunma confirmed while still staring at the 8 kitsunes standing before them both. After a few moments, he looked back to his fellow and said, "Who should we take this to?" After a few moments of thought, Yoshi replied cautiously, "The water commander." "Not fire?" "No, he's busy with the tower." "Same with lightning," Yoshi informed, gaining a nod from her bandana-wearing counterpart. She then looks to the black fox at the front of this pack and said, "Wait here, Fox. I will bring your request to one of our commanders. Neither of us can just give you access, unless previously agreed upon." Izuhara and the others all nodded, but were kind of put off in how she addressed them. They are kitsune, not mere foxes. Seeing that, Yoshi nodded to her comrade and then vanished in a shower of leaves. That surprised the visiting group. Genma though smirked. She totally did that on purpose. Grigori headquarters, meeting room 3. With the borders agreed upon, Benamian stated, getting nods from the group absent-mindedly as most were still scribbling notes down, and she waited for them to finish. Once they looked to her, she continued. We can move on to. Suddenly the door parts, revealing none other than Azazel and Shemhazai. They both step in carrying briefcases while those within all stood to attention as the only acknowledged Seraphim chuckled and placed his 2 cases down on the desk, Shemhazai following the action with 2 more. Azazel then orders. Enough of that. They all sat back down, and he continued. Okay, so, Shemhazai and I have been working on increasing communication between departments and territories recently. This got court brows all round and again. Azazel just grinned with fists on his hips while looking mighty proud of himself while adding. Yes, I can do work when it interests me and you all. Deadpans from the Nightwings and face-bombs from the rest beside Benamian. She was used to this goofball at this point. Azazel continued, pretending not to notice the looks. As such, we have adopted human technology to our needs and created. Both he and the silvery white-haired cadre at his side opened the briefcases, revealing sleek muted yellow-edged, black smartphones to the group at large, earning raised brows from most. Chuckling, Azazel pushed one of his cases towards Naruto and Kuratsuchi, then says, These ones I modified personally for your outfit. Sahariel isn't all that pleased, but... He shrugged as both Naruto and Kuratsuchi took one of the 12 devices from the suitcase each. Immediately, both sensed their magic being consumed before booting up, but the others noticed that the back of their phones had, what they now assume, is the Nightwing insignia of wings folding around a knife. Shemhazai spoke up quickly. Well, see, the thing is that as a top-secret unit, you Nightwings are normally really hard to keep track of. Even more so when you are on mission, so your devices have been enhanced with scrambling devices as standard. Looking up from his new phone, Naruto asks. Scrambling devices? As in data? Nodding, glad for the quick uptake, Shemhazai continued. Transmissions too, but should anyone else attempt to access any of your devices, the data will be scrambled beyond any hope of recovery and self-destruct once completed. What kind of yield are we talking? Kuratsuchi asked instantly, leaning forward and staring at the vice-governor. Naruto chuckled at that, knowing of his friend's explosive tendencies. Nodding, Shemhazai informed. About 2 of your standard explosives. Both Nightwings nodded at that. It wasn't bad for such a small device, with Naruto glancing to the 2 at the door, who also nodded their approval before he returned to see the vice-governor speak again, Shemhazai continuing. Though, I have been meaning to ask about those. Getting risen brows from the 2 shinobi, though all eyes flowed from their new devices to them as even Azazel hadn't been briefed on this yet. Shemhazai then asked. Tamiel and I have been talking about possibly getting them produced in limited numbers for the force as a whole. Is that acceptable? Kuratsuchi looked to Naruto, either looking too pleased with the prospect of sharing their gear. It will only be a matter of time before they get leaked out beyond the Grigori. Then they become a problem for them to deal with, or countermeasures are developed. Possibly even replicas or, in extreme cases, research done on them. Shaking his head, Naruto responds. Not as of this time. We may only consider them basic equipment, but widespread implementation right now will present more issues than gains we would make. What's so special about this basic equipment? Arthur asks, eyeing up the gear of the Nightwing cadres, catching everyone's attention briefly before Azazel grins and asks. Why not show them, Naruto, Kuratsuchi? Because we aren't here to. Kuratsuchi began but stopped when Naruto held up his hand. Sighing, the blonde pulled out a stack of paper and placed it on the table before beginning. These are the explosives we are talking about. Paper? Sasha asks incredulously, her thick Russian accent filling the question with what many would consider loathing. Not taking any offense to that, Naruto took one from the top and explained. This one piece of paper can, by default and placed properly, bring down a 2-story building with the same amount of magic power as a low-grade spell. That certainly got the other cadre's attention, Mikhail looked genuinely bewildered and asked. How is that possible? By setting it to directional charge on a load-bearing support beam. Kuratsuchi explained calmly, taking out a small stack herself before sliding it back into her equipment pouch. Naruto, Shemhazai, and Azazel nod to that with the governor informing. I have seen it myself. They can also be used for lethal traps, attach them to thrown weapons, and I even seen them as flares. They can be set to timers or remotely activated. Naruto added helpfully, and now the others wanted some too, with Katrina, commander of the Eurorus sector, asking. So, is there any way we may procure such items? She was twirling her near shimmering white hair around her long fingers, adding to her already sensual appearance. Katerina was the very definition of from Russia with love, with the added natural seductive effect of being a fallen. Full pink lips, white skin, light green eyes on a soft face and gentle smile. If Naruto was less of a male, he may have fallen to her charms, or maybe it was the residue left over from his rendezvous last night, but he just shrugged while stating. Not right now, no, seeing as we are the only ones capable of making them along with its variants. Variants? Kuratsuchi took that question as Naruto put his stack away now too. At last count we have standard explosive, high explosive, shrapnel explosive, kinetic explosive, needle explosive, kunai explosive, flash and sound tags. We are working on a hydrothermic tag, a light tag, and there are designs for a shock tag. Naruto continued where she left off before sighing and informing. Though, as I have been busy as of late, haven't had much time to work on them. It took a few moments before Mikhail stood and offered a hand before saying, My friend, if you ever need support or aid, just call the. I shall come with my full squadron. Oh, Mikhail, you do not need them any more than the rest of us. Katrina hissed, standing up and making her way to Naruto's side before offering. I may not be able to assist you directly, my fellow cadre, but if you are ever near Riga in Latvia, you are welcomed in my home. Calm down and get back to your seats. Benemune orders sharply, forcing the two back to their seats. Kitsun grounds, Night Tower. Come in. Shikamaru drawled, leaning back in his seat within the office, and Chojuro appeared, leading in one Samuika. Upon seeing this, the Nara sighed breathlessly and glanced to the side of his desk where Temari hopped off and stood at his side. The act was innocent enough, but Chojuro's nervous chuckle suggests he knew exactly what was going on, and here thus his own nervousness when he spoke. Sorry for the sudden intrusion. Temari just folded her arm with a blank face, Shikamaru grunted, and so the water commander continued. But, as you can see, Lady Say's back and wants answers. Nodding, Say asks. Most certainly. I thought we were supposed to be sharing techniques and considering. Firstly, Lady Say. Shikamaru cut in here, halting the tightly frowning vixen and noting her stiffly flicking tails. Damn, she seems like she'll be a handful when Naruto's not around, he muses before continuing. This is the first I have heard of this. What happened? Yet it was Chojuro who spoke first. Well, a group of kitsune showed up randomly at the gate asking for an exchange of training techniques and said that. He gestured to the white-haired woman at his side as he explained. Lady Say here has told them about our advanced skills in chakra manipulation. As we haven't discussed this in our meetings nor was anything planned, I turned them away and asked her to come talk to us first. All the commanders' faces hardened at that. Temari takes the lead here by asking. Lady Say, you have been telling of our abilities to others? Waving it off, Say replied calmly. Only to those I trust explicitly. I trained young Izuhara from when he was a kid. He is a good boy who is always eager to learn. Shikamaru spoke next, head resting on fist as he spoke. Yet you didn't even clear it with us? Why not lead them over and discuss it or schedule something beforehand? You were here yesterday, why not ask us then? It only occurred to me this morning. Say admits with a nod, before replying sternly. I spotted the sparring girls with the Fang markings on our way out. Their fighting style looked suitable for us kitsune too and wanted. It doesn't excuse this unnecessary drama. Temari quipped, eyes narrowed on the woman before adding. Be glad that Naruto isn't here or he'll be far more assertive in his refusal. They all saw her suppress the recoil at the thought of disappointing the guy she is trying to impress. It wasn't exactly a secret among the Nightwings. Heck, he knew it too and found it all really troublesome, all things considered. The only reason he hasn't outright rejected her is due to Summerhyuga's advice for political purposes later on. Nodding, Sei instead says, "Very well. Is there any way we can perhaps get past this and schedule a time for a joint training session?" It took a few moments before Shikamaru got an idea, turning this into a double win for them even if right now it will be troublesome for his friend and leader. Sitting forward, leaning on his desk, he spoke calmly. "If that is what you want, it can be arranged for a few things in exchange." Sighing internally, Sei nodded, so he continued. "We are currently working on a particular construction project further into the compound. It is for a certain individual and mutual friend. It could use a few specific additions that we have been struggling with acquiring." It took a few moments for Sei to connect the dots from that information. Only members of the Nightwing community were permitted to live in this compound. A mutual friend of theirs likely means one of the commanders or... Nodding, Sei asks, "What did you have in mind for this project of yours?" Smirking, internally of course, or it would be too troublesome, Shikamaru looked to Chojuro and nodded. The commander of the water unit nodded back, understanding his role in this, and turned to their guests before asking, "I will guide you. Can you please follow me?" Grigori Headquarters, Private Quarters. After several long meetings with the various parties, Naruto had finally finished for the day and was finally dropping on the bed, in the small room assigned to himself. Yawning, takes off his flak jacket and throws it onto the chair, the one that was facing him, and he caught sight of the briefcase holding the phones. They were given 12 units. Naturally, he and Kuratsuchi both had one each. They will be the only two that will hold on to them permanently, while the other 10 will be granted to deployed squads and kept non-personal. Now just in his undersuit, Naruto lay in his bed and allowed his mind to wander a bit. As one might expect, a lot of his thoughts were revolving around a certain heavy-chested blonde who came onto him last night. Why did she go so far? Samui isn't the type to act rashly, always very careful and thorough about everything she does, putting her all into any action. So it was not a spur-of-the-moment type, that he was sure of. Despite their connection and what he told Ino, Samui was someone he didn't think would succumb to their growing lustful tendencies, but maybe because... No, that isn't it. She was, but like always, Samui did what she does best and hid it while controlling herself flawlessly. No doubt, she had been feeling the lustful heat they all now share and buried it to appear normal. The reason she's been keeping from everyone else? Probably to aid in her self-control. Then last night? Maybe everything got... No. She chose him to be her outlet more than likely. Probably spent this entire time observing everyone and decided on him. Chuckling, Naruto smiled at that thought. Being chosen like that is truly an honor, however it now sets a different tone and presents a few new challenges. Ino and Cheyenne. As his official girlfriends, as crazy as that still sounds to him, they will not be pleased that someone else got to him first. Sure, they know he's messed around with Anko, but that hasn't gone all the way like Samui had. Heavy petting and increasingly aggressive makeouts to calm the beast, so to speak. There is so much you can do with a tongue. Now, however, his fortress walls have been breached. His own lustful tendencies cracked open, and now he doubts he'll be able to go back to the way things were before. On all counts. Sighing again, Naruto's eyes droop and he allows himself to sleep, for tomorrow they'll have to get back. Plenty of work to do when they do, and he's already getting slightly homesick. Hope Hanabi's emergency shadow clone works out for her for this one night. Grigori Headquarters, Upper Mess. Hana drops down beside Shizuka, her bowls of ice cream piled up, and slides one over to the Ravenet, who accepts it wordlessly. After they both take their first spoonfuls, Shizuka was the one to break the silence. "So, what's bugging you?" Glancing back at her, Hana was only slightly surprised but answered anyway. "Leader's keeping me at arm's length." "Dunno why." "Get in line." Shizuka responds while digging her spoon into the chocolate treat, drawing Hana's attention, so she elaborated. Is it a surprise that I also seek his hand? A bit, actually, yeah. Hana admits before eating her ice cream-filled spoon, earning a soft chuckle from the former leader of Nadeshiko. After her swallowing, the Inuzuka added, You haven't made any notions towards that, plus you and Ren are both seeking him. Shizuka informed without breaking stride, drawing the Inuzuka again, and so she continued. It isn't really well known, even by my own, but we fought in the past. Naruto and I, that is. Sighing, the green-eyed beauty lowered her spoon and glanced over before adding. I lost, obviously, but he taught me that change is something anyone can attain with enough effort. That dreams only remain that way if you don't act. Hana nodded, but both ladies stopped when spotting a duo of men coming over, coy smirks on their faces. Both Nightwing sighed at the sight as they stopped before their table, placing drinks down, and offered. Hello, ladies, haven't seen you around. Hana didn't even need to try too hard to smell the additions added to both drinks and cut off the two fools. Do yourself a favor and leave before we rip out your throats. Shizuka nodded just as seriously before adding. We won't make it painless either. Both men chuckled. The taller black-haired one shook his head in disbelief before replying. Come on, girls, don't be like that, playing all hard to get. You know I am a fallen, a pretty high-ranking one too. If you play nice, I could get you in with a cadre. Swallowing the last of her ice cream, and making a show of licking the spoon, Shizuka's ever-alluring, bright emerald eyes met that of the taller of the two before offering. Is that right? Catching on, Hana sat back in the cushioned bench with arms folded beneath her bust, drawing both men's attentions. The shorter blonde nodded before announcing. Yeah, my bro here is in tight with a few of the cadres. We both are. Any big names? Shizuka asked softly, offering a final suggestive lick to the spoon before placing it in the empty bowl, and the taller black-haired man smirked, leaning forward and mouthing. Kokabeel. He had inadvertently earned a special place that was close to both ladies, just not the way he had hoped. Just like his friend. With practiced ease, Shizuka's eyes seemed to sparkle. Hana's smile became a lot more alluring as both ladies got up, with the Nadeshiko woman stating, Next time, lead with that. The man shrugged, staring at both ladies' absolute divine bodies. It was clear why they fell, and he was all for this. Boy, that smile of this green-eyed woman was the stuff of legends. Kitsun Grounds, Nightwing Compound. Midday comes around and the Nightwing cadres find themselves landing back at the now completed Nightwing Kage Tower, and was greeted by Shikamaru and Temari. Upon touching down, the Nara speaking up first. Welcome back, Naruto, Kuratsuchi. How'd things go? Better than we expected. Naruto offered with a smirk, glancing to the two escorts. Both Shizuka and Hana looked very pleased with themselves. The black-banged blonde continued. Though, gonna need Anko and Ino for a new assignment. The two commanders nodded, though Kuratsuchi added. We also have the communication problem sorted out in the short term. Temari and Shikamaru nodded, leading the group down towards the meeting room, with the latter asking. I see. Should we turn down the yokai's offer then? No. Naruto replies as they enter the room and began to take their seats as he added. We should check it out at least, and then check them against these. The briefcase appeared in the traditional puff of smoke, 10 devices with space for 2 more, and blonder cadre explained. These mobile phone devices are magically sealed for us with data destruction. Sounds useful. Temari nodded and they all nod, Kuratsuchi commented. Naruto and I will have 1 permanent phone each. The rest will be shared between field teams and handed back once they return. That limits our activity, rather heavily too. Shikamaru offered thoughtfully, staring at the presented devices. Naruto leaned back in his seat at the table's head before replying. It can't be helped. It's early days, but we have time. Anything of note happen while we were away? This snapped Shikamaru out from his thoughts and plans, looking to the Seraphim and reporting. Nothing we couldn't handle. Though, there was a minor disagreement about training with the Kitsun clan. Handled it already. He waved off the brow, raising lazily, so Naruto just nodded. So the Nara asked, "Your side?" Kuratsuchi grinned and gestured to the two by the door while explaining. "Raven and Wolfie over there got hit on in the bar at headquarters. An 8 and 6 wing. Tried to bribe them with an audience with a certain cadre on our shit list. Got them in prisoner scrolls for Snake and Luna to talk with." Shikamaru rose a brow while Temari joined the ladies, smirking. The Wind Commander offered, "No wonder you two never get asked out if your first thought is imprisonment." Shizuka just shrugged, not caring about that jab, but Hana dropped her hands on hips while declaring, "I am loyal to the pack. Those idiots were at fault, not us." Both predictable responses, but it was Shikamaru who asked, "Won't they be missed?" "Probably." Naruto and Kuratsuchi speak in unison again, though the Ravenet added, "But as it happened in headquarters, it could have been anyone." They were naturally discreet about it. Both guarding Kunoichi nodded to that, so the Nara nodded back before standing, Shikamaru saying, "In that case, I'll go spread the news and instructions." Temari stood with him, and the two cadres behind her, with Naruto commenting, "Great. We'll go get some food. We'll summon the squad for the Yukai mission afterwards." Kitsen Grounds, Night Tower. An hour later. "Enter." Naruto calls out from his new office desk. The room was ornately decorated with top-of-the-line upholstered seating and fine wood furnishings. Bare soft brown wooden wall panels and portraits of the 5 great villages, Hidden Frost, Oni no Kuni Shrine, and Nadeshiko fill the empty space. The lights ran on electricity, but he'll probably replace them with seals when he has time. Even his desk seemed far too elegant for a Kage's desk, but he doesn't think too hard on it right now as the previously selected squad stepped through the door and stood to attention before their Kage. Samui, Omoi, Kyoto and Rimi were all in their mission gear and as serious as ever. Their squad leader stepped forward, Samui stating, "We are here, Mitsukuji-sama." Matching their seriousness, and ignoring the new title, Naruto nodded and informed, "Team Samui, as we talked about briefly beforehand, you will be heading towards Tokyo for a fishing expedition." They all nod, so he continues smoothly. "I know I don't need to say this, but I will anyway. Remain discreet as much as possible. We do indeed have assets, or more accurately the Grigori do. However, they have not been verified as trustworthy, so avoid them if you can, treat them as neutral if confronted, but if they get in your way, I trust your judgment." Nodding, Samui reports promptly, "We understand, Mitsukuji-sama. What if we run across any other faction members? Angels are still flee on sight, counterattack only. Devils, well, avoid contact if possible, but—" Naruto began, then shrugged at the end, before adding, "Make sure they can't report back. It'll get too dangerous if they do." The team nods, so Naruto reaches into the top drawers of his desk and retrieves 4 mobile phones, placing them on the desk as he explains. "These are new phones from the Research and Development Department of the Grigori, overseen personally by Azazel himself. We don't have enough for each of us as of yet, so only myself and Kuratsuchi have one full-time." Again, the team all nod, so the Kage orders, "You all will be issued these for the duration of this mission. They run on magic, but work just as any other phone device. You will find both Kuratsuchi and my numbers pre-installed. Be sure to add one another, but remember, these are leased to you. They are not yours." He pointedly stared at Omoi at that, the Jonin nodding in understanding and allowed Naruto to continue. "There is a safety feature that will wipe out and scramble the data should you lose track of it. Once done, it will remotely detonate with the force of 2 standard explosive notes. If you lose it, destroy it. Any questions?" With negative headshakes, Naruto nodded and finishes, "Good. Leave within the hour. Good luck," and dismissed. One by one the gathered shinobi approach and take a device, channeling magic into it as they walked back to the door. Naruto watched them all sternly, and with the same stony face he kept for the entire briefing up until the door closed behind them. The second the noise fell off, the secret seraphim let out a sigh of relief and flopped down on the table. "Man, this Kage stuff is so taxing and filled with pressure. How did the old man manage it for so many years?" He just sent 4 people out on a single mission and Gigi sent thousands. Pull yourself together, this is just the beginning of his Kage tenure. Sitting back upright, smirk on full, Naruto looks around his Kage office. Keyword being his. It took some time, and more than a few roadblocks and bumps, but this is his office. He made it. Another knock on the door snapped his attention to the room and cleared his throat. Naruto then orders. Come in. In came Hana, Shizuka, and Cheyenne. The latter wanted to see how he liked the office they had just finished that morning before he got back. The former priestess moved off to the side of the desk, while the 2 kunoichi stand to attention and the Kage orders. Report. Though he was barely able to suppress his smile. Shizuka was the one to answer. Mitsukuji-sama, we have placed our 2 prisoners with the... She paused briefly, glancing to the non-combatant in the room, before continuing smoothly. T&I department. They said that they should have a report for you come morning. Naruto nodded before looking to Hana, who speaks swiftly. Well, nothing really for report but rather a request. Upon his nod, she asked. Is it possible to be your assistant? Before Naruto can say anything, Cheyenne did. I was hoping to ask that too. All eyes looking to the open pale yellow hoodie over a white t-shirt, long skirt wearing priestess that caused her to explain. Seeing as I am not much of a fighter, I thought that maybe I could work here in the tower. Before Hana could interject, Naruto replied. You are still a member of the team, Cheyenne. Just like everyone else, so don't think for a minute that we think any less of you, got it? Upon her soft smile and nod, he turns back to Hana and continues. For now, Hana, I want you to help Sakura with the medical side on things. In your downtime, feel free to help out Cheyenne. How does that sound instead? Hana nodded stiffly, not going to argue with her leader, and replied softly. I understand. Naruto nodded before standing and saying. For now, I need to move stuff around and get situated. You are all free to go. Japan, Tokyo, Hino District. It took a few hours to reach Tokyo for Team Samui, and a few missed landmarks, but they made it. As they were closing in on the city center's airspace, the sun's light sinking below the horizon, Rimi spots a fallen having a shootout nearby and darts over, drawing the others' attention. After a moment, the others give chase, but just as Rimi did before them, they landed atop the building and approached on foot. As they reached the edge of the small office building where Rimi was perched, they listened in to the argument. It seems that the fallen was confronting a member of the hero faction, who declared, You filthy crow, we won't back down! The fallen chuckled deeply while commenting, No, I suppose you won't, but I could be convinced to let you go if you tell me where Elise is. Go to hell! Ah, that isn't very nice, Peter-kun. The fallen replies with a wagging finger, twisting the light spear in his gut, earning a muffled groan of pain from the hero member now known as Peter. The black-winged man continued. Here I thought we were friends. Come on, Peter-kun, if you tell me where Elise is or the location of your so-called elite forces, then maybe I can forgive you. Peter spat blood up at the man about to kill him, and growled. When our ghosts arrive. Cuckoo, your ghosts are nothing but a myth. The fallen cackles as he comments, shaking his head in disappointment before adding. Last chance or... I think that is enough. A new voice causing both to glance behind the fallen to find a blonde bombshell with a massive rack staring at them with hard blue eyes. The fallen rose a brow at her unusual gear, full-length undersuit of some kind and a gray, sleeveless jacket, but what caught his eye was the 2 insignias she had. He murmured, An ally? Release him. The woman ordered, stepping forward and drawing the attention of the angel, who stood back up, leaving his pale green light spear within the hero at his feet, and he challenged. Who the fuck are you? The woman stopped 2 meters from the duo and replied. Just answer the question and tell me who ordered this. A snort before unfolding his 4 wings and challenges again. Listen here, you bitch. The man froze upon her aid extending from her back, sweating nervously, and she informs. You should watch your tongue or I will be forced to cut it out. Now answer my question. Saluting, the man declared. Forgive my disrespect, ma'am. My name is Hata and I am acting on orders of Motiki, the local six-wing leader, ma'am. Nodding, the blonde looks beyond to the hero on the floor and asks, How does he look? This causes Hoff to glance back to see another babe inspecting the wounded scum at his back and shaking her head as she replied, He's beyond my skill, Captain. Frowning, the captain replied in thought, How unfortunate. If I may. Hata offered, drawing those sharp blue eyes to him again, sending a cold shudder down his spine as he asked, What are you doing here, ma'am? We were not informed of. Why would I tell you that? Captain responded blankly before looking up and asking, Anyone else nearby? Again, Hata followed her gaze to find a white-haired man on the roof of the 4-story office building, who was shaking his head while sucking on a pop of some kind as he replied, Nothing yet. Want us to expand our search radii? No need. Captain, looking back at the local fallen with an icy visage, then added, For Hata-san has just found himself a reason for us to keep him alive. So he will behave and lead us to this Motiki without making a fuss, correct? Nodding frantically, Hata was already sweating rather heavily, hand running through his short black hair as he responded, Of course, of course. I promise, no sweat. Good. Let on then, or I might just. Captain spoke calmly, but the fact that her delicate-looking hands began to crackle with yellow lightning did not bode well for defiance. It, along with the short blade at the base of her back, only emphasized her point. Hata nodded frantically again, adjusting his spiked shoulder pads to allow cool air in as he reported, I will not let you down, ma'am. I promise. Tokyo, Hino District, apartment. In a 3-story apartment complex overlooking the open space and trees beyond its car park and near Hajimadashi, Hata had unknowingly led the Nightwing Team Samui to their objective. Landing on the roof of the pale cream building, they slipped down onto the top, 3rd floor, and Hata knocked on the apartment on the end in a code. This made all 4 Nightwings tense discreetly, staying either side of the peephole, and when the pale wooden door opened, a new voice greeted them. Hata? Did you find Elise? Hata shook his head before saying, No, I didn't, but we have bigger problems. Bigger problems? What could be bigger than finding that supposed ghost unit of the heroes? But before Hata could say anything, Samui and Omoe appeared behind him, startling the man on the opposite side with Samui ordering, We have much to discuss, Motiki-san. Gulping, the man correctly identified as Motiki nodded and stepped aside, allowing them entrance into the apartment. With the door shut, Team Samui came face to face with 4 other fallen, all frozen in disbelief at what they were seeing. A babe with serious melons and cold face, but what had them frozen in fear was the fact that she had 8 wings tucked in. Oh boy! Seeing as she held the attention of all 6 Grigori fallen, Samui had decided to be indirect with them, and see what information they give her unknowingly, thus spoke coldly. I do not like my time being wasted on such a menial task such as this, so why have you not reported back to the Grigori? That seemed to surprise them all, with a few swallowing hard as she folded her arms, glare glacial. They all looked to the black-haired Motiki, who himself looked nervous as he replied, Well, the thing is... Stop stalling. Rimi snipped, genuinely annoyed as she wanted to get back to Naruto-sama as soon as possible, as she was told by Hana that she was going to be his assistant. She wants some of that action too, which would be much better if this mission was a success too. Flinching, Motiki reports, We lost track of the heroes here after we confirmed them to be members of the elite hero team those rumors spoke about. Samui's raised eyebrow was not accompanied by anything, rather she was thinking of what she knew about those rumors and how this hero faction had usurped their rumors and tried to claim them as their own. They didn't correct them, it served their purposes of disappearing, but it also means that these people weren't told otherwise. This means that between this group and the top, there is someone untrusted by the verified loyal members who has either been serving their own interests, or someone else's. No clue about them themselves though. Seeing what they assumed was a silent question, Motiki reports. You know, the ones regarding a top-secret force that kidnapped those high-class devils. Apparently, the heroes are trying to prove them true and deployed their ghost unit here. The local devils are responding. The other Grigori Fallen nod along repeatedly, though Motiki continues to confess. It's why we are this far out from the city center. We were only meant to observe and investigate the validity of this supposed ghost force. The only lead we have is a heroine by the name of Elise, Hata informs, gaining the eye of the blue-eyed blonde. She killed Osaki and Moto already with her twice critical. Getting nods from the others as Motiki adds. We asked for help from the second team, but they called us cowards for remaining away from the city center. The place is a war zone and I've lost 2 already. I do not care if Helios himself orders us to. I am not sending my people on that suicide mission. Nodding in acceptance, Samui asks. Is Helios leading the second team? Motiki nodded before looking at one of the others, who promptly gets up to retrieve something elsewhere, then looks back at the blonde and continues. Last we heard, the heroes were getting banged up pretty good by the devils. We caught a few of the scouts, but none were willing to talk. Just then the fallen who left returned with a map and offered it to Samui, but Rimi took it and immediately unfolded it. Omo approached too while Kyoto remained at the side of the door, keeping an obvious eye on the room as a whole. The white-haired Omo asks, glancing up from the map. How recent this intel? About a day and a half. Imida replied swiftly, the woman who had retrieved it for them blowing her purple fringe out of her eye and adds. Hata was supposed to bring back another scout but... She stares at the man in question who shrugged. Rimi asked. This park, anything special about it? Kurokawasiri Park? Motiki asks and upon her nod, he shook his head before reporting. We haven't seen anything out of the ordinary yet. Nodding, Rimi looks to Samui who gives her a subtle nod and orders. Take him with you. Find anything, report back. Got it, Captain. Rimi and Onmoy report in unison before making their way to the door, but Amida follows them and states, I'll come with. Both Nightwings look back to their captain, who offered another subtle nod, so they just turn back and continue on. Oma and Kyoto share a quick arm grab and mouth. Be careful. Samui watched as they left, and idly wondered what her own partner would have done, but pushed that aside as she looks back to Motiki and asks. Then the second team. Where are they? With a light sigh, Motiki shook his head and reported. We lost them when they passed Tsujimami. We suspect they are either in Shibuya or to the north in Itabashi. Nodding, Samui then asks. Who does Helio report to? I need to send a message regarding his disregard of his subordinates' lives. You don't have to. Motiki began, though his own subordinates were surprised by such a thing, but Samui raised a brow sharply, not deeming a verbal response required. Sighing, he reports. He reports to Yamada. Right hand of Cadre Kokabile, supposedly. Exactly what the Nightwings were after. Likely, this Yamada will be an intelligence goldmine. They now have their target. After another nod, Samui asks. Any information on the devils or angels? Receiving negative head shakes, the Nightwing commander nods and ponders things for a few minutes. This seems like something big is about to go down, and they could end up in big trouble. Maybe call it in and keep her partner updated? Good plan. Having a second team on backup would be reassuring. Samui looks back at Motiki's green eyes and asks. Where's the bathroom? He points to a door behind him, and she nods, heading over while retracting her wings, speaking before she reaches. All of you are on standby. Get some rest and no drinking. Yes, ma'am. The non-Nightwing Fallen report just as she closes the door. In the bathroom, Samui unseals the mobile she got at the start of the mission and quickly calls Naruto. As it rings, she places a privacy seal on the wall and activates it. After the fourth ring, he picks up. Hello? It's me. Samui states, and Naruto reply was laced in amusement. A report already, Sam-chan. I'm impressed. Smiling, not that he could see it, she responded swiftly. I am a top-level jonin. It is to be expected. He hummed, so she continued. However, things here are a bit more complicated than we thought. How so? It seems a conflict between the Devils and Hero factions is underway. Samui reported, and he didn't respond, so she added. The heroes are attempting to prove they can capture devils, and the devils are responding by killing them on sight. Trying to dissuade or disprove the rumors. Rumors? The ones about us? The very same. Samui confirmed, and he hummed again. After a moment, Naruto asked, "Then, what is the plan?" "I have Omo and Rimi scouting a nearby park that she believes has a lead," Samui states, and he asks, "What do you think?" "Its location would make an ideal rally point. Which also makes it a place where their enemies will try corral them too. Wipe them out in one go," Naruto replied and then whispered, "Like we did back in Supin Creek." "Exactly," Samui confirmed, leaning back on the wall opposite the mirror and looking up at the ceiling, as she whispered, "I knew you would remember that. Our first collaboration technique." "Why wouldn't I?" Naruto responded just as softly before clearing his throat and adding, "So, is this just a check-in and report?" Getting back on topic, Samui shook her head before offering, "Yes, and also, perhaps ask for a quick reaction team to be prepared. Just in case." "Done. I'll get Genma to prep a team and head your way." "Thank you, Naruto," Samui said softly, and a silence followed for a minute before Naruto spoke up. "Sam-chan." He spoke softly, and she hummed, so he continued, "Be careful out there. It may be an hour or so before Genma gets close enough to sense any issues. We can't afford to lose any of you." It took a good long few moments before she whispered, "We, or you?" "Both," Naruto replied without hesitation, and Samui didn't press any further. This wasn't the time, so she said, "I understand. I will check back soon. And you be careful, Sam-chan. Call if you need anything." Naruto responded, and now she definitely wasn't smiling. Nodding unnecessarily, Samui responded, "We will," before hanging up, and only then noticed her expression and was quick to look away, taking the privacy off the wall and locking back into mission mode. The storm front is almost here, and she can't let the team down. Report 7 Storm Surge. Kitsen Grounds, Night Tower. An hour after Team Samui left. After knocking, Ino strolls into the new Kage office and calls out, "Hey Whiskers, got a sec?" Naruto turns back from the large window looking over the village-sized hidden village and smiles upon seeing the platinum blonde. He offered a nod, and she closed the door behind her, locking it as she does before strolling over. Obviously, hearing the lock engage, Naruto quirked a brow in silent inquiry. Ino, though, just smiles wider as she chirped, "We have doors now." It didn't take a Nara to get what she is serving, and Naruto nodded as he made his way towards his girlfriend. She giggled as he lifted her up and twirled her around before forcing her silence with a kiss. Pulling back abruptly, Ino whispered, "Break in the couch or desk?" Naruto thought on it for a moment before twirling back, still carrying his girlfriend, who had her legs wrapped around his waist, and placed her on the desk. And again, Ino giggled again while commenting, "Desk then." She was silenced by his lips meeting hers. Ino was incredibly excited in every way, physically, emotionally, and spiritually possible. She was already grinding against him while trying to pull up his undershirt, and only broke their lip lock to pull it up over his head. Before long her top and bra with her panties followed down her legs. Pulling back, Naruto whispered, "Ino." But he was silenced with a kiss. Lust and desire for him poured into it. Ino pulled back, arms around his neck and the saliva bridging the space between them. Staring into one another's eyes and locked, their foreheads resting against one another, as she whispered, "Just fuck me." The Yamanaka felt his hands glide across her body before feeling his fingers, by the log. Her moans slipped out, head hanging back as Naruto explored her drenched cavern that shut her under the administrations, hitting damn deep. Yes, oh yes, just a little bit. The Uzumaki pulled his fingers out, and she snaps back to him, and finds her lips claimed once more. When Naruto pulled away again, he whispered, "Are you ready?" "Don't make me," Ino began, but stopped, feeling his dick at her throbbing entrance, rubbing against her wet lips, and shudders traveled up her spine, causing another breathless gasp. Feeling his dick slide in, The Yamanaka went limp briefly before cramping up around him as she orgasmed hard. As she jerked and shuddered, Naruto watched with a pleased smirk despite only having gotten halfway in. He was only so patient though, and thus, with one arm supporting them, he pulled her up and forced her to come back to the room as his lips made contact with her exposed neck. Moans of pleasure as slowly Ino comes back down from her first climax and began pulling him by the neck, but she gasped again when he pushed in further and filled completely. By the sage, she had never been this wet nor so. Naruto thrusted and she squealed while pulling on him, moaning loudly. Feeling her supporting herself again, he began to massage her breasts and playing with her red nipples, jiggling breasts that were like marshmallows in their softness. Her moans of, "Oh, whiskers, hn ye hn." Thankfully for them both, the desk turned out to be quite sturdy and able to handle his thrusting into her depths and again, even when she screamed as she peeked again. Naruto groaned as she damn right tried to tear his dick off with that clench. By the holy sage, damn. Feeling her shudder and jerk on his dick, he waited a moment to give her time to come around. Naruto watched Ino heave and breathe hard before lifting her head again. Eventually the two locked gazes before locking lips hungrily. This allowed both parties to collect themselves, but not for long, as Naruto's desire took front stage, and he began thrusting again. Ino moaned into their ongoing tongue battle. Not letting that get in the way, Naruto lightly tugged on the diamond hard peaks his girlfriend called nipples and then massaging the soft shuddering tits. Ino felt the pressure building up again. Oh, by the log, she was going to climax again, but she then felt her boyfriend starting to bulge within her depths. She'll make him pump her full force to mark this occasion, their first time. She wants it. She'll get it. Shifting her hips side to side and then clenching rhythmically, his groans egged Ino on, and a grin of determination formed upon her face as she started to buck her hips in time with both her clenching and his thrusting while whispering lustfully, "Come on, baby, give it to mama." That did it. Naruto grunted as he thrusted deep and climaxed hard, blowing deep, and it sent Ino into another dimension. This orgasm was a double whammy. Ino had no idea how much time passed before looking down as she lay against the desk, seeing her boyfriend panting and wheezing resting against her breasts. Seeing him tired, she finds herself giggling and drew his gaze, allowing the Yamanaka to chirp. "Tired out already? I thought you'd..." She wasn't allowed to finish as she was pulled up and she squealed, feeling him pushing against her depths again, hard as rock. Yet before Ino could think about moaning, she finds herself straddling him on his chair and had her lips claimed again. Again, before she could do much else, she felt him beginning to thrust again, and moans ripped from her throat. By the sage. Naruto held this godly ass in place as he pumped into her tightening virginal caverns, giving no quarter, and boy was she so damn tight. His fingers sinking into her pale skin as he thrusted hard enough for her to shudder, he hears her squeal into his shoulder. She must be orgasming again. He didn't stop though, despite the death grip Ino had on him. Getting close, Naruto kept the pace, and she just limply accepted it as her own mind a haze. It didn't take too long for him to feel his end coming. Though, as he got to the edge, he finds Ino kissing his neck, and then she sucked hard. But that fell off when he went full and deep, bottoming out as he blew his second load. Ino's scream was breathless, her shudders universal and full body. A full minute traveled before she fell against his body again, though she hears him whisper into her ear, "Tired already? You wanted this, right?" She giggled softly through her heaving before eventually Ino whispered back, I stand corrected." She could feel the heat of his come deep within her, and it was satisfying, gratifying. Naruto chuckled before offering back, "Perhaps we should shower before we get back to work." Still too weak to support herself, Ino instead whispered back, "Give me a few minutes." Yet she found herself being hoisted up as Naruto stood, supporting her against him, though feeling him still stiff inside and the slushing within. Biting her lip to quell the moan, Naruto takes her into the hidden side room, a small bedroom with a 4-post bed that surprised the Yamanaka, but he didn't stop and opened another door to find a shower room. The water ran as the two occupants re-engaged in a lip-lock battle beneath it, hips grinding against one another as Ino was pressed against the tiled walls. Pulling back, foreheads resting against one another as Naruto whispered, still kneading both her breasts. I believe this is one of your fantasies, right? Number 4, right? Ino giggled sultrily, humming her agreement, and offered back. Ah, you read my mind, Whiskers. Chuckling, he smiles softly while offering. I have been known to do that on occasion. Gently pushing a few of her damp wet strands from her face, and she leans into the touch as Naruto offered. I love you, Ino, you know that, right? She nodded firmly, love overriding the lust as she replied just as confidently. I know that, Whiskers, because I love you more than anything. You have been there for me constantly and never once let me down or be alone. Ino's smile was absolutely beautiful in that moment, and Naruto would never forget it as she added. So, you will never be alone ever again. Okay? The only response he felt that could possibly reply with was a passionate kiss that still felt insufficient to convey his feelings, but Ino felt it was a good start. That, plus, his renewed thrusting was a great thing. A little while later, with Ino asleep in the side room, having maxed out after 6 more orgasms, Naruto returned to his office. He had managed to clear away the smell of sex and cleaned up his desk of any traces. Even under a chakra-enhanced black light, or Byakugan, you won't find a single thing out of place. Instead, he was looking out at the village where their future resides. Though, he is brought back to the room when his phone rings. Turning back from the large window, Naruto returns to his desk and sat down, grabbing the phone. He answers it and offered a solid. Hello? It's me. The unmistakable voice of Samui states, and Naruto finds himself smiling as he replied. A report already, Sam-chan. I'm impressed. I am a top-level jonin. It is to be expected. Naruto hummed at that, nodding his head as Samui continued. However, things here are a bit more complicated than we thought. Intrigued, Naruto inquires. How so? It seems a conflict between the Devils and Hero factions is underway. She reports, causing a pause to contemplate. The heroes are sacred gear-enhanced humans serving under. Samui's voice dragged him from his thoughts. The heroes are attempting to prove they can capture devils, and the devils are responding by killing them on sight. Trying to dissuade or disprove the rumors. Sitting back in his chair, Naruto recalls Azazel's words regarding these heroes and how they are claiming to be them so offered. Rumors? The ones about us? The very same. Samui confirmed swiftly. Naruto finds himself humming at that while thinking about how best to approach this. Though Samui is one of their best, thus he asks. Then, what is the plan? I have Oma and Rimi scouting a nearby park that she believes has a lead. Samui responded promptly, causing Naruto to ask directly. What do you think? Its location would make an ideal rally point. Which also makes it a place where their enemies will try corral them too. Wipe them out in one go. Naruto replied without much thought, recalling the amount of times they had pulled off something similar to buy time. Shaking his head at those thoughts, he whispered back. Like we did back in Supin Creek. Exactly. Samui confirmed swiftly, as if she had recalled that before Naruto heard her whisper of. I knew you would remember that. Smiling softly, the Uzumaki finds his gaze landing on the hand-drawn landscape of Jinjagakure on the wall, while whispering back. Our first collaboration technique. Why wouldn't I? Clearing his throat to get back on topic, and off memory lane, he then asks. So, is this just a check-in and report? Yes, and also, perhaps ask for a quick reaction team to be prepared. Just in case. Samui too seemed to realize they were getting distracted and firmed up. Naruto nodded in understanding, snapping back. Done. I'll get Genma to prep a team and head your way. Thank you, Naruto. Samui said softly, and he would only admit to himself later that the tenderness in that tone caused his breath to catch. Maybe, he had overthought things earlier and there is something between them and he wasn't just an outlet. After a moment to recompose himself, turning back to the window as he stood and whispered softly. Sam-chan, be careful out there. It may be an hour or so before Ginma gets close enough to sense any issues. We can't afford to lose any of you. It took a good long few moments before she whispered. We, or you? Both. Naruto replied without hesitation, glaring at nothing in particular through the window and thinking on how few of his precious people remain. He can't even imagine losing any more than he already has, and it was a genuine fear he had. Thankfully, Samli's voice dragged him back. I understand. I will check back soon. And you be careful, Sam-chan. Call if you need anything. Naruto responded immediately as if on autopilot. He had to remind her that she too had to come back. She is too damn important to not impress this on her, and it's her damn fault if she thinks he's being naive or overprotective. Samui responded softly. We will. Then the line went dead. Naruto lowered the phone and looked at it before sighing, wondering if he got through that cold mask she loves so much. It doesn't matter right now, as he needs to grab Ginma and get a team ready to back them up. Flicking his chakra in a particular way, he watched in amusement as the scattered sensors all glance up at him, all at once. The next moment the man he wanted body flickered into the center of the room and Naruto spoke first. Grab an exfiltration team and prepare for immediate deployment. No sweat. Ginma reports before body flickering out again. Grigori territory. Calawarna's apartment. Standing in her doorway, the blue-haired fallen angel by the name of Calawarna stared blankly at the two guests before her and asks the most important question of the modern era. Where's the fire? Earning a childish giggle from the mini blonde of the two, Midok replying cheerfully. There is no fire, silly. The deadpan held by Calawarna suggests she knew that and did not appreciate the idiot's sarcasm. Instead, the yellow-eyed fallen looked to the taller of the two, who added quickly, Rainier informing. We have something you need to hear. It's about them. It took a few minutes before Calawarna was able to realize who she was talking about. It was like 2 in the morning, so you could forgive her for being a bit slow and parting the door, allowing her co-workers and then closing the door after them. Once seated, Calawarna asks. So, what did you find? This isn't free, Calawarna. Rainier states from her place on the sofa, leaning back and crossing her legs with hands grasping her knee. Snorting, Calawarna retorts. Nothing ever is. What do you want? A favor I can call in later. Only seems fair seeing as what we have here, no? Rainier offered and the blue-haired woman thought on it before replying. Only if it's concrete. It is. Rainier confirmed with a growing, knowing smirk that actually caused the brunette to raise a brow at the confidence. After a nod, Rainier pulled out 3 small photographs and placed them down on the coffee table between them, whites up. She then explains. These 3 pictures were taken at headquarters. Paired with what Havoc-Teir has been ordered to. She trailed off as she watched Calawarna reach for the photos and listened to Havoc-Teir add. Maria-sama wants me to return to the Korean peninsula due to a new set of cadres who are taking over the Japan sector, see? It was then Calawarna's eyes graced the 3 pictures, completely ignoring the ramblings of the twin-tailed blonde. The first one was of 2 ladies, one with pink tattoos on her face and slit black eyes, hazel hair and a high ponytail. She wore a familiar-looking gray flak jacket and had an insignia on her left chest that she doesn't know. The woman walking with her had brilliant green eyes that seemed to glow, even through the picture. Dark, raven hair and a similar ponytail and a body that certainly didn't make Calawarna jealous. Her breasts were larger after all. Though, she too wore the same outfit, and it appeared they were going into the upper mess hall in the headquarters. Looking at the next picture, and it was clear that this was taken at a distance, just outside headquarters, but she could clearly see the chief secretary Benamian confronting 4 others, talking with them, with 2 having 10 wings, the other 2 6, and all wearing the same outfit. She also recognizes the 2 6 wings from the first picture. The last picture was the interesting one. Outside one of the upper floor's meeting rooms, and again, taken from a distance, as Calawarna recognizes that silvery white hair of the vice-governor anywhere. It was clear that Shemhazai had his back to the camera and was speaking with the black-bang blonde cadre and Katrina, commander of the Eurorus sector, that was also a recognizable figure due to her top-tier looks and figure. In the near ground stood the brown-haired woman with the face tattoos, acting as a guard it seems, and the two brunettes talking with the one she knew as Sasha. That bun ponytail is her style alone. Looking up at her two guests, Calawarna asked swiftly, "When was this?" "Yesterday," Rainier informed swiftly. Her knowing smirk was earned and all knew it. After getting a nod from her blue-haired friend, she added, "From what I hear, there is a major reshuffle going on in the Asia region. The presence of the Nightwings, a name that has been confirmed to be what they go by, is being hotly debated. Considering the rumors," Calawarna whispered before realizing something, looking between both guests before asking, "Wait, then why wasn't Kokobile there? I mean, even Cadre Katrina was, and she commands the Eastern European Russia sector?" Middle giggled at that, leaning forward with hands resting between her knees as she cheers while informing, "He was never officially assigned to Japan. That was Cadre Hara, but she was so busy helping Cadre Artur that she didn't really give it much thought or oversight." "So she's been replaced?" Calawarna asked, and the twin-tailed blonde nodded before Rainier adds, "More like permanently assigned to Cadre Artur as his supporter." A snort from Calawarna before she looks back at the images and says, "How lucky for her, huh?" The others nodded, so she added, "Though, that means this male cadre, do we have his name?" Sighing, Rainier shook her head along with Middlet, with the taller one replying, "Unfortunately no. We got lucky with this much, and if we got caught with this..." She trailed off, and Calawarna nodded, understanding fully as she herself had become a victim of whatever it was that the Nightwings did to her. But now, she has a face for that man she has been obsessing about since that mission. Tall and clearly well built. Angular but not rough, and definitely a cadre class. All that's left is find a way to be assigned to the Japanese sector, and find a way to link up with these Nightwings. Simple enough to do. Pause. Wait, if she goes rogue then? Well, that does kind of complicate things a bit. She has to somehow go by the books. Tokyo, Hino District, Grigori Observation Post. Rimi, Onmo and Amida returned from the park, drew all eyes with Rimi reporting in swiftly. "Captain, there were signs of light troop movement cutting through Kuroku Asiryu. They point to a sizable force pushing towards the city." Samui nodded and thought on that for a moment, which allowed Amida to add to the report, a face of incredulity accompanying it. "Light troop movement? From those tracks, that was clearly a small army." All eyes fall to the purple-haired fallen, but the two Nightwings she was standing with shrugged, Onmu commenting, "There weren't that many, honestly. Could probably take them myself." "What flavor?" Samui asks, and Onmu responded swiftly, "Blueberry." The senior Jonin nodded and left everyone thoroughly confused at the seemingly harmless interaction. A code of some kind, while Onmu played with the pop in his mouth while waiting patiently for new orders. After a minute or so, Samui then asked, "Did you get a direction?" "Not specifically, just towards the city," Rimi replied, and Samui nodded again before kicking off the wall beside the bathroom and informed, "We'll push further in then. The second team is there, and our second team will be arriving within the hour." The Nightwings nodded in understanding, getting ready to move, but Motiki spoke now, confused and nervous. "Captain, you can't be serious about that." Looking back over her shoulder, Samui nodded and replied, "We have a mission, Motiki-san. Stay here and keep a low profile. If the second team arrive here before we do, follow their instructions and you will not be punished for your negligence in reporting back." Motiki just nodded dumbly, disbelieving that these people were heading into that death soup. Though just before they closed the door behind them, he calls out, "What are your names?" This caused Samui to pause midway through closing the door and glance back at them before shaking her head, then closing the door. "Kitsen Grounds, Nightwing Compound." A knock on the door brought a nervous, slightly sweaty Sakura, wrapped up in a towel, to the door to find Genma standing there, blank face, and before she could ask, he informed, "Get to the tower in 5 minutes. We have a mission." Blinking olishly for a moment, letting the words sink in, Sakura replied slowly, "We have a mission?" Nodding stoically, Genma reiterates. A search and recover mission, yes. We may have casualties. That booted up the medical ninja, that has been largely dormant for a while, and Sakura nodded firmly, serious as she was trained to be. Be right there. Nodding, Genma vanished in a formless body flicker. He had to get the last two members of his team. Sakura though closes the door and finds herself leaning against it in disbelief, and joy, but also frustration and annoyance. Damn it. Why now? Sighing, she walked back into the bathroom to freshen up and fix her appearance. As she re-enters, her boyfriend calls out. What's wrong? Meeting his black eyes with her emerald, Sakura sighs and announces. Got an emergency mission, Kiba. Got to get to the tower in 5 minutes. Kiba blinks at that, leaning over the bed's edge, and offered. A mission? We have those again? Apparently. Sakura replied with a sigh, dropping her towel and beginning to fix her hair up in a high ponytail as she mumbles. Just as we were getting into our second round. Chuckling, Kiba replied. Just gives you an incentive to get back quickly. Mana. Sakura mumbles, healing over the obvious hickeys absent-mindedly, though he added. But this is a good thing, no? We're getting back to normal now, right? Yeah. I guess. Just kinda wish it wasn't me going. Sakura griped, finishing up and turning around to find herself being pushed up against the tiled wall, her lips taken by Kiba as he holds her there, and she returns at equal force. After a few moments, he pulls back with a grin while ignoring the fact his hand was groping her right breast as he whispered. We'll pick this up when you get back. Idly noticing the slammed hand supporting him on her right side, Sakura's lustful gaze stayed on his as she nodded and perfectly enjoyed the light touches to her medically acceptable chest. Despite the pink on her cheeks, she nodded and replied, You better be ready, my hunter chief, as I will run you beyond anything before. A knock on the door and a yawning Tenten parted it to find Genma standing there, not even batting an eye as he informed. Need you at the tower. Bring Renchan too. Nodding, Tenten closed the door and looked over to the slumber party currently rousing from their slumber around the room and called out. Come on, everyone. Time to get moving. 5 more minutes. Shizuka mumbled, turning over on the sofa, getting a giggle from Ishiwari, who she was, assumably, unintentionally motorboating. Ren also announced. Only if I get another kiss. Knock it off, you skank. Tenten muttered, gently kicking her, but this earned a snort from Tagaki stretching from the recliner as she says. Takes one to know one. Who knew you could be so flexible? The recognizable thump of a kunai hitting the wall shut the former prisoner up pretty damn quickly and got a nod from the foremost weapons specialist in the Night Wings. It also got Ren up swiftly, moving towards the bathroom as she announced. Right, 2 minutes. Tenten looked over them all before following Ren into the bathroom. Sometimes she wonders why she puts up with their crap, but then one of the many hickeys reminded her, and that halted that trail of thoughts pretty quickly. Kitsen Grounds, Night Tower. A knock brought Naruto out from his gazing out of the window, and he turned back while calling out. Enter. Reaching for the drawers of phones while the team entered the room together and pulling out 4, placing them out as he sat. Looking up, Naruto came across Genma's support team in the form of Sakura, Tenten, Ren, and Tadshio. A defensive team with full medical support, a good pick, and so Naruto nodded and began. Sorry for taking you away from your nights. He smirked particularly at Sakura, who flushed slightly pink, which was barely visible in the low light of the office. Then he looked to Tenten, whose high color didn't quite hide a particularly dark spot. No doubt a present from someone. Naruto didn't harp on though and got to business. He wasn't exactly innocent here either. I received a request from Team Samui, currently investigating the Tokyo area in a fishing expedition. Getting nods from the group, he continued. However, they have run into a bit of a snag. Turns out both the devils and heroes are fighting it out. The heroes seem to be on the run. Now, you guys are on support, and if needed you are cleared to engage, but only in defense of the first team. Do we have numbers? Genma asked calmly, but Naruto shook his head with a tight frown. No new news has come back since they asked for help. He gestured to the phones on the desk and announced. These are our new phones, straight from Grigori R&D and overseen directly by Azazel. They are in limited number, so only on mission will one be assigned. They are not personal devices but on lease. Understood? Seeing their nods, Naruto added. Ginma, I will send your device Samli's device's number and coordinate once you get close. Keep in mind that they are currently behind enemy lines. Ginma nodded while taking the first device and activating it, allowing Naruto to continue. You will find mine and Kuratsuchi's numbers in the contacts. We two both have permanent phones on us at all times. If you can't get me, then call her. If you lose them, activate the self-destruct. They have the yield of 2 standard paper tags. They all nodded, having retrieved their own devices, with Ginma sending a message to Naruto immediately, and causing said cadre to pull his out while commenting. Finally, Ginma. Once you get there, you'll have overall battleground control. If things get too dangerous, pull them out. Understood? Ginma nodded calmly, his response casual. No sweat. We'll bring them home. Naruto nodded with a smile and offered back. Good. Now then, you are dismissed. Hi. They all body flicker out immediately and head to the gate. Naruto, though, suddenly feels a mental prod, causing him to raise a brow at that before responding in kind. Didn't think you'd be up yet. A snort before the feminine voice of Ino replied. With all the activity going on? How could I? He hears her flinch and grumble, causing him to chuckle as he leans back in his seat, feeling pleased with his performance. She hisses at him. Oh, laugh it up, Baka! You didn't need to fuck me that damn hard. It was my first time and... You were the one who pushed for 5 and 6. Naruto replied dryly, and she fell silent for a moment. He still hears her grumbling about stupid smart-ass boyfriends taking her words too literally, and a stupid smile reached his face as he quipped back. Don't make me come in there. She fell silent for all of 3 seconds before smirking so hard he felt it via the telepathy. Or what? You'll have your way with me again? He let out a sigh as if this chick just insulted his family, and he was now being forced to act. Thus, he stood slowly, but with purpose, before making his way to the secret door while commenting. And here I thought you had learned already and gave you an out in a warning. Naruto sighs as he reaches the door, shaking his head before finishing as he pushes it open to come across his naked girlfriend holding the sheets up past her chest and staring at him, while he speaks physically this time. Guess I have to teach you this lesson again. Ino gulped so hard it reached their mental connection, but at the same time had never been so turned on by mere words alone. Tokyo, Nogawa Park. Despite not reaching the city yet, another firefight drew the attention of the Nightwings, and as what is rapidly becoming their normal routine, they dropped down and returned to Shinobi rooftop, running before being noticed by the two sides. Upon reaching the small park once more, they stumble upon about 12 humans, all with sacred gears, clearly members of the hero faction, they call themselves. None of the Nightwings can actually believe that such a group existed until the Yukai corroborated Grigori records. Whatever, they aren't much better than street brawlers and a non-factor even for Cheyenne, arguably their weakest member. Seeing as she is literally the only non-combatant they have, beside, obviously, baby Mirai. Though, some might argue against that too, as the group's collective little niece has some lungs on her. For now, though, Team Samui are overlooking a campground of some kind with a line of fighters a few dozen meters ahead of the borders. Seems to be a defensive action against rogue devils, all deformed and crazed. Again, non-factors for the shinobi watching, but to these so-called heroes, it seems they have taken significant damage already. Yet, their leader from the looks of things seemed to arrive and lift his twice critical and declare, "Hold the line, heroes!" Another twice critical. Maybe he knows where this Elise is, Samui muses as she watched this world's humans attempt to fend off such basic prey. How pathetic. Their coordination needs work, their assault types are ill-trained, and where is their range support? Gah, watching this is like watching a ship crash. Worse than the Chunin exams between minor villages when poorly trained genin attempt to fight each other with increasingly elaborate moves when a simple kunai would have worked better, and at less of a cost. Another 2 rogue devils arrive and ambush the 10 heroes. Kind of need your legs if you intend to fight, and those 2 no longer have them, so Samly dismissed them from the count. Their leader finally finished charging his twice critical and charged in with a sword slash and killed 1 monster. Now, only 6 left. Oh, spear user managed to keep another at bay, and a magician finished it with a lightning strike. More like a spark strike, if you ask Samly. At least, in her professional opinion. Their leader and another managed to tag team another decapitation. Now 3 left. Samly's attention is drawn to her side when Oma mutters, "This is kinda hard to watch." "Yeah, they are so bad," Rimi commented lowly, crouched beside Samly, who simply nodded but remained silent as they watch on until the Inuzuka commented, "Besides, there are 5 more heading this way." They all look to her and she shrugs, then added, "Based on their course and speed, they won't get close to us." "A wipeout then," Kyoto comments, leaning against the tree's trunk, and Omoe added, "Likely, yeah." He looks to the senior Jonin and asked, "Are we not going to?" "Observation only," Samly instructs, and they all nod before doing just that. Watching the heroes battle against increasingly aggressive rogue devils and being pushed further and further toward their camp in a retreating action over the next 10 minutes. This is when their leader shouted something that caught the Nightwing's attention. "Joe, Yuza, head north and call for aid from Elise. Tell her we need immediate reinforcements, or we'll be overrun." A magician and spearman responded, "Yes, sir," before disengaging from the battle. As they did, Samly looks to Omoe and orders, "Follow them with Rimi-san. If you find the chance, grab this Elise character, then make your way back." Nodding casually, Omoe and Rimi vanish via body flicker, leaving Samly and Kyoto watching this original skirmish. Not even a minute later, Kyoto asks, "Will they be okay?" "They will remain discreet. I have known Omoe since we were in the academy," Samly informs, and got a nod from the Nadeshiko Kunoichi, who pulls back a silver lock behind her ear again. The busted blonde, however, added, "I trust him." "So should you, all things considered." Kyoto's gray eyes stare at the form of the woman ahead of her on the branch, silver brow arched as she asks, "What is that supposed to mean?" Samly responded with a razor-sharp, ice-cold blue side-eye. "He is your partner, yes? Do you not trust him?" "Of course I trust him." Kyoto's immediate response was almost scathing at the audacity of this bimbo. She hisses, "Who are you to judge me about this when you haven't even looked at a guy, let alone kissed one?" Samly's eyes returned front, not ordaining her with a response, and that only irked her fellow Kunoichi something fierce. Omoe is hers and hers alone. Omoe and Rimi move like shadows as per their profession, slipping from shadow to shadow and catching up to the 2 running heroes. To their amazement, they were both already winded from such a light skirmish and short run. They didn't pace themselves at all. A tactical mistake that has cost many their lives. Who the hell trained these wannabes? After crossing a set of buildings and into another forest, they run for another few minutes before more sounds of battle reach Rimi, and she signals to Omoe, both falling back slightly further. When they reach a second camp in this park, they find most of the heroes here already dead or bleeding out. The 2 newcomers look on in horror until they spot the last of their comrades pull her sword out from the gut of a true devil, covered in wounds and panting hard. They both call out, "Captain Elise!" This Elise snapped back to them, revealing that she was a ginger-haired, near alabaster complexion with freckles across her nose and beneath her eyes. The aforementioned hair reached her ass but was pulled back in a low twin-braided ponytail with black clips securing the end. Her light green eyes looked at the 2 new arrivals in astonishment and bewilderment as she strolls towards them, clutching her side as she calls back, "Joe, Yuza! What are you doing here? Please tell me Hao is not in trouble." But she paused upon seeing their grimace, and Elise sighed, shaking her head before muttering, "Figured, these devils hit us so damn hard. What can we do?" The girl known as Jo asks, fear lacing her words while clutching her staff. Elise put on a brave face and replied, "We are going to have to regroup, right? Then we show these devils who's—" Abruptly a large magic barrier went up, encompassing the entire camp and even the distant Omoe and Rimi, causing both to tense. Elise immediately orders, "On me! Both of you! How about no?" A discombobulated voice echoed, and immediately 2 blasts of fire smashed into the freshly arrived, but only one screamed out. It was the spear Yuza, burning up into ash in mere moments. She had managed to block most the attack but was still covered in light burns as she got back to her feet. Another blast of fire, but this time, Elise was fast enough to get between the attack and her downed fellow and slice the ball apart, dispelling it harmlessly. Standing fiercely before this new foe, Elise declared, "So, this is your doing, huh?" clapping as a man steps out from the tree line with 3 others at his back. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a face that makes you want to punch it. He was wearing a white 3-piece suit and leather gloves, so pristine that it is clear that he doesn't do that whole pick things up himself thing. Just gazing on this man makes Omo want to fry him with overwhelming amounts of lightning, and for Rimi, she wants to claw his eyes out and shove them down his throat and watch him choke on the small objects. This man was most definitely a high-class devil if that disturbing grin was anything to go by, and his gentle chuckle that preceded his, no doubt prepared and practiced speech. My, what fire! What passion! It seems you worms actually have some worth after all. Besides the dirt, of course. What do you want, devil? Elise replies lowly, gripping her double-edged short sword tighter, hoping her twice critical finishes charging soon. She'll need it for this fight. The devil chuckled again, as if he had already won, as he fixes his suit's cuffs again, while speaking airily. Well, little girl, you have impressed thy great riser of House Phoenix. Thus I have granted you this audience to bestow upon you the great honor of serving riser among his peerage. Do that, and your friends will live. If not, well, charcoal human might make this air cleaner, won't it? Like hell I'll serve the likes of you filthy devils. Elise spat like acid. Was this guy for real? Letting out a heavy sigh, shaking his head in disappointment, the now identified riser offered. Well, too bad. Such a waste of a fine woman. You could have achieved greatness under riser's reign. He gets serious before clapping his hand and ordering. Carmine, Cirrus. Kill them. The 2 mentioned women charged forward at full speed, yet Elise was not one to back down and clashed with Carmine first, sword to sword. However, Cirrus's Zweihander came down and forced their split. Twirling around, Elise struck out at Cirrus but was blocked by her weapon and outflanked by Carmine's sword slashed down. Boost! Just in time, as Elise narrowly avoided the attack, shaving off chips of her steel bracer, and spun round to clash with Cirrus in time before kicking out at Carmine, forcing her stumble back. Stepping aside from the Zweihander attack, Elise pushed and managed to cut Cirrus, but it was superficial damage at best, and the Devil Knight was quick to retaliate. A kick to the legs causes the heroine to trip and set up for an upward slash from the long blade. Rolling to her feet, Elise muffled her scream of pain from her side being cut open and leaped back from Carmine's blade strike. Things seemed to slow down when Elise noticed the blue-tinted, black-haired girl on her side already mid-swing for a bisection. This was it. The end of her heroic tale. Splat. Elise hit the ground with her eyes clenched shut for all of 2 seconds before realizing she was still breathing. It took a moment before she peeked an eye open to find that Zweihander wielder with a blade through her heart. It was soon pulled out, and before she fell to her knees, her head was removed with a circular slash. This revealed a white-haired teen in her place, his single-edged straight katana now dripping with devil blood and had a blank face. Before anyone could even ask, he vanished in pure speed and clashed with the other swordswoman with brown hair and green eyes. Who the fuck are you? Riser screamed but was ignored by the new arrival, who was quick to put Carmine on the defensive and unable to keep pace. She was knocked off balance by a horizontal slash, her blade wide as he brings his back, flicked its heading and thrust it through her right lung, then electrocuted her, earning a scream of pain before she passed out. Pulling his sword from the fried woman, who fell back, the white-haired teen spun in time to slice through the 2 large fire blasts with little trouble, and then launching at Riser at speed. Seeing this, Riser called out, Isabella! The voluptuous woman at his side with short light brown hair abruptly countercharged and her fist meeting blade with neither giving ground. Riser himself took flight on wings of flames and only now noticing the second person, currently kneeling down and healing Elise's open wound and growing angry at being defied. Who were these people? Where the hell is Yubaluna? Is she not done yet with the other side? Having seen enough and their intelligence target about to die, Omo leaped into the fight and immediately killed the big sword user. Those things are dangerous after all. Next he dealt with the long sword user. She wasn't bad but lacked strength and enough agility to be a real threat. With them both down, Rimi moved in to provide emergency first aid for their target to prevent bleed out. Sensing this, Omoy decided to take out the big guy at the back and introduce his fist to that very punchable face. Yet he was intercepted by the last lackey. Her fist is surprisingly hard but slow. Better deal with her too. Too bad, she's bigger than Kyoto. What can you do, huh? After that initial clash, Isabella tried a second punch but Omoy ducked aside and, charging Wang through his blade, slashed upward and the arm fell off clean. As she screamed in pain, Omoy was quick with the follow-up bisection. He isn't all that big on prolonging the suffering of others. He's a shinobi, not a monster. The second the masked woman's two halves hit the ground, Omoy darted over and intercepted the 4 fire blasts aimed at Rimi. Sliding to a stop, he looked up at the flying devil yet before he was able to contemplate his reaction, a bomb went off at his feet. He avoided the bulk of the attack but his left arm and leg took a hit. Both working fine but again, another collection of blasts, and he continued to dodge until they were joined by 6 fire blasts, that he deflected but one explosion hit him directly in the process. Seeing the barrage fall off, Rimi knew for certain that at least one made it through Omo's defense. Thus, to be on the safe side, she buzzed Samui with a missed call and slotted the phone back in her pocket. She still heard the 2 devils speak. Yubaluna! What took you so long to get here? They killed my knights and rook because you were late. I am sorry, Riser-sama. There was a pair of fallen over there that caused some issues. The now identified Yubaluna replied calmly, earning a grunt from Riser, and he declared, No matter! We shall take those 2 women with us to recoup our losses. This is when Rimi looked up, having successfully prevented Elisa's death via bleed out, and saw both the punchable blonde and an obnoxious-looking purple-haired woman, that screamed daddy issues, looking right at her. Growling deep and threateningly, Rimi stood up and flexed her claws. Like hell she'll serve anyone who isn't Naruto-sama and voices such. You are welcome to try, you rodents. I will put you in your place beneath the dirt 6 foot deep. Feisty. Good, it will make breaking you all the more satisfying. Riser comments with a sly smile, raising his hand and a fire blast formed then shot at Rimi, who was preparing a Gutsuga when it was sliced through again with Omo landing hard beside the Inuzuka, sliding to a stop. All parties were surprised but it was clear Omo took damage. His left side was burned up pretty bad and he was leaning more on his right leg than normal. The teen let out a breath and offered. Sorry, needed to fix my shoelaces. All looked down and saw that indeed, his shoelaces were freshly tied up and earned a growl from the blonde devil who bellowed back. You are truly tenacious, for a human. Too bad you are but a man if you were a... Abruptly a storm front began to roll in, storm winds picking up and lightning danced across the rumbling clouds which drew all eyes up. It was way too sudden and loaded with magic and chakra. That was no natural phenomenon. Someone called it here and whoever they were powerful. All over the city, all fighting stopped and gazed up at the chaotic magic being used and the increasing intensity of those lightning streaks. Some fled, wanting no part of that, other watched in awe and amazement, but all knew one thing. Whoever is causing it is not to be crossed. In a church within the city, numerous people prayed to allow this storm to pass them by harmlessly, which alerted the heavens to something happening in the city. Peering down, the weather was unnatural and somehow menacing. A squad was sent along with a pure cadre class to investigate. Numerous squads of heroes managed to disengage and retreat to meet up with one another, as all the devils were fixated on the sky, their skin prickling in response to the magically charged air. Their rogue counterparts, for a change, were far smarter and fled, not wanting anything to do with that level of firepower. Numerous familiars, however, were dispatched by all sorts of devils to locate the source of this anomaly. If it is indeed a single person, then bringing them into their families, peerages, or houses is a must. The only exception to this was none other than Riser himself, as he was in the eye of this sudden storm surge. His eyes finding and fixated on the figure at its center. A woman with a killer body, fat tits and blonde hair. At this range, however, he spots the glowing yellow eyes of power she was unleashing. That's so hot. So fixated on this, he missed the discreet exit of Omoi, Rimi, and Kyoto along with their intelligence target. Though, he was broken by it by his queen, who snarled, "You! How dare you come before my master?" Immediately, Yubelina fired off numerous bomb spells only for Samui to deflect them with the back of a single of her 8 wings. It was effortless compared to who she normally has to deal with in full contact spars. She extended a single hand and a bolt of lightning struck from the clouds and forced Yubelina to split from Riser's side. Yet the moment she stopped to fire, that same bolt curled back and struck her in the ass. She was out cold. That brought Riser back to his situation, looking and watching as Yubelina fell and darted after her. The idiot obviously had no idea of the mistake he just made, and the second before he caught her there was another thunderclap and everything faded to black. Glancing back over her shoulder, Samui realizes she may have overdone this. After all, there were a horde of devils heading right for her. She rotates her shoulders to work out the kinks before whispering, "Maybe I should ask him for a massage when I get back. I hear partners are good at those things." Sighing imperceptibly, she turns to face the incoming devils that were charging their own magic. Smirking lightly, golden sparks dancing across her frame, Samui raised both her hands towards the 50-odd devils, give or take 20, and spread her 8 wings out fully as she whispered, "Storm Surge, Laser Carnival." A blast of lightning hit her back and immediately she redirected it through all 8 of her wingtips and fingers before golden beams of lightning shot forwards at the horde. Due to the speed of it, the first through 5th wave were instantly evaporated, and those beyond barely avoided the initial barrage. The problem? They curled and changed course. In under 3 seconds, 72 devils were killed and left nothing behind, not even the ash to remember them by. Taking a breath as the last of the lightning left her body, Samui shakes off the last tingling feeling from her fingertips and admired the work from her first original technique she and her partner had worked on. She can only hold it for 2 seconds, but it seems to work well. Idly, she wonders how will he react to her report. Though something bugged her, as at the trail of the attack there was a slight flicker in her chakra. It was minute, and not even a full millisecond. No doubt he'll say she needs more chakra control practice before doing that again. Samui was brought out of her thoughts by the moon reappearing from behind the clouds that she had called, being naturally dispersed now she wasn't holding them here. A beam of moonlight graced her form and a sense of serenity flowed over her at the sight. This, however, was broken by a chuckle, loaded with enough lust and desire that caused Samui's neck hair to stand on end. A noteworthy feat. Turning back to the sound, she comes face to face with another 8-winged fallen. He was only a dozen or so meters away from her, and she hadn't noticed. She kisses her teeth at the other downside of that move. It dulls her senses for a few minutes afterwards, and her partner had warned her about that, along with the fact she shouldn't use it unless she had allies nearby to cover her back. Damn, she's going to hear it. The man was surrounded by 7 other fallen, 3 6, 2 4 wings, and 2 singles set. The 8-wing man clapped and announced, "Most impressive, my fellow. Most impressive indeed. Though, I must admit, I have never seen you before, and I tend to make note of all powerful ladies within the Grigori." Samui just inspects the man. Leather spike-plated armor, pretty standard for Grigori members, but he has a physical spear in place of one made out of light. Slick-back navy blue hair and purple eyes make for an unsettling, oh, his roots are black. He dyes his hair that color? About 5'8" on the skinnier side of things, and obviously 8 wings at his back. Yep, disgusting smile and attitude. Definitely someone who will be at the end of her tantos soon enough. Just need to wait for her chakra to deionize a bit more. His chuckling brought Samui's attention to the man again, his smile widening and growing knowing. I know. I am quite the specimen. Fear not, for I, Helios, will tend to those no doubt tense shoulders of yours and relieve you of that burden. Samui rose a brow before her phone went off in her pocket. Obviously they all heard, but she made no move to inspect the device as her slowly returning sensory told her what likely is going on. Instead, she tells them, Helios, 8 wings. I have heard of you and your slimy ways. The confident smile slowly dropped and became stern as he replied. Slimy, huh? I suggest you watch your next words very carefully. That move of yours has clearly drained you. Samui, for the first time in recorded history and in front of anyone who wasn't her partner, smirked openly before replying. I am not the one you should be worrying about. Confusion for all of 5 seconds before all around them dropped down, both her and the support team, all their higher number of wings spread out. Before it was all Helios's side, but now, he growled, seeing the obscene number of higher numbered wings gathered here. Helios' squad drew light weapons and prepared to fight, but so did the Nightwings, but their light knives, swords, and spears had an elemental touch to them. From fire, to lightning, to wind. Samui spoke just as coldly as one might expect as she stated. Now, Helios, we expect you to come quietly. Behave yourself, and we may not kill you for your disloyalty. Helios growls whilst glancing around at the abundance of more powerful fallen, and those elemental light weapons he can sense are the real deal. Luck, unfortunately, was on his side, as it was at that moment they all sensed the descent of a cadre-class pure angel, snapping all eyes to the direction. Taking this chance, Helio teleported his squad quickly but a short distance away and darted off axis of the arriving forces. The Nightwings, although still capable of catching him, now had a dilemma. If they chase him, they'll run afoul of a pure angel and risk confrontation. If they leave, their target escapes and they'll have to start over. Recalling her partner's words, Samui makes the call. Fall back. We can't fight against them. None argued with the call. Tokyo, Rendezvous Point Delta. Passing over an airstrip of some kind and coming in to land on the edge of an open field beyond it, Team Samui was swiftly tended to by Sakura and Rimi. Mainly Omo, though Sakura was also confirming that the still knocked out Elisa's wounds to confirm the damage and to ensure she survives the trip back. Turning to her fellow 8-wing, Samui asks, The devils? Pulling out a scroll from his equipment pouch, Genma smirks and replied, Secured, though, that was a powerful move you used. Helped us hone in on you, but I think you overdid it. Nodding, Samui replied, Overestimated their strength. They hurt Omo, so came in with heavy artillery. She shrugged at the end and Genma nodded. That was fair enough, as Omoy isn't weak, so they must have gotten lucky on him. A few minutes later Sakura's healing was done on both her patients, and she declared, That should do for field work. You should be able to get back on your own, Omo. Thanks, Sakura. Omo muttered as he pulled out a lollipop from his equipment pouch, raspberry, and popped it into his mouth. Genma then asks, The girl? Nodding, Sakura looks to her captain. She's good. Stemmed the bleeding and fixed her internal ones. Her leg's pretty banged up, but as long as she takes it easy, she'll be fine. Nodding, Genma orders, Seal her up and let's head out. He and the others all paused, glancing back up at the approaching pure angels. Sakura was quick to reseal the heroine and slot it into her equipment pouch as she stood. Samui was the one to give the order. Withdraw, we are not to fight them. Wordlessly, they spread their wings and all took flight, making a mad dash for the city perimeter. The pure angels gave chase and were gaining on them. Glancing back, Sakura declared, They're gaining. We should climb above this thick air. Tenten called out, glancing back now too, judging the distance between them and the pure angels, noting the light spears being created. They're getting ready to fire. Hold course. Samui orders, glaring forward as the bank around an apartment complex, before shattering the sound barrier. Sensing their pursuers gaining momentum and dangerously close for weapons range, she changes tactic. Fall in line. Immediately the wide V formation collapsed in and formed a single line with all of them now able to physically reach out hands and touch each other, wings fully swept at this speed and the shockwaves becoming an issue. Yet, Samui wasn't worried, but in fact, she powered up her magic and a circle appeared ahead of her. After a short delay, the air resistance simply fell off, and in response, all the Nightwings suddenly bypassed Mach 2, 2.5, 3. They can't maintain this for long, but it should hold long enough for them to escape range of the pure angels who can't keep up. Kitsen Grounds, Night Tower. Under the dawning sun, Teams Samui and Ginma finally returned to their home after shaking their tails 2 more times, then taking a long detour back. It was a long flight. Strolling into the office after being told to, both teams come face to face with their Kage, who was sitting at his desk with a smile upon his face. His eyes seemed to gleam at their arrival back. When they come to a stop before his desk, Samui reports, "We have returned, Mitsukuji-sama." Nodding, Naruto leans forward on the desk and asks, "How did it go?" She replied swiftly, "We captured a suspected high-ranking heroine by the name of Elise. She is supposedly a member of the elite forces of the faction." Naruto nodded, so Samui continued, "Ginma-sen managed to capture a high-class devil and his subordinates after I knocked them out. His name is Riser Phoenix and his subordinate is called Jubilina." Rimi informed, swiftly earning nods from both Samui and Naruto, though the pale blonde continued, "Our primary objective, however, got away due to the arrival of a cadre-class pure angel arriving on scene." Sighing with a nod, Naruto replied, "That's fine. I'd rather you all come home in one piece and fight another day, over-committing to the mission and not." "Good call." The whole team nodded to that, so he asked, "Anything else?" Samui then reported, "We were helped by a local group of loyalists fallen. They are awaiting further instructions from the Grigori, as it seems that Helios, our target, is dirty and supposedly works with Kokobile." Thoughtfully, Naruto nodded and wondered if they can get them out of there. He'll have to call Azazel and ask about getting a construction crew out here for a local headquarters setup. Maybe Tamil too, and put up legitimate job offers to cover them. After a few moments, he looks back over the gathered shinobi and says, "Hand off your phones and deliver your prisoners to holding. I want your reports within 3 days. Thank you for your hard work." They all nod and drop their phones on the desk one after the next before leaving, all noticing how thoughtful Naruto was being and no doubt contemplating their next missions. Those formerly of the Leaf were proud of the knucklehead growing into his dream job as Kage. He of all people deserved it. After they were all gone, Naruto stood back up and stared out at the village again, his thoughts running rampant. It seems Kokobile's forces are still moving within this sector, and likely means his plans are being pushed under his jurisdiction. The Nightwings are 70 strong, on paper at least. Yes, he could call on them all if needed, but they have people like Cheyenne and Kurenai, non-combatants, plus their niece in the form of Mirai. If a war broke out, he will not dispatch the genin to the front line. He's seen more than enough young lives end prematurely. That's another 15 staying behind. Some of the Chunin are only 15 years old too. Sure, he's not much older, but still. Haven't they fought enough? Lost enough? Damn it, Kokobile, why are you seeking another tragedy of life? All these thoughts came to an abrupt halt from a mental prodding again, and he sighed, hard enough that the sleeping Nara muttered on reflex without waking. Troublesome. Opening the connection, he hears Ino whisper, "Come back to bed. I miss my pillow. Give me a moment." Hearing the tiredness in his voice, Ino whispered softer, "What's wrong? Talk to me." Watching the sun rise once more over their small home village and the vast city beyond it, Naruto finally replied, "It seems we might have a fight on our hands and it scares me." Silence for a few moments before the hidden door to the side bedroom opened and a blanket-wrapped Ino appeared from it. This drew his eyes and she smiled softly whilst reciting her earlier words physically this time. "Come back to bed." Taking a sharp breath, Naruto dropped his flak jacket on the back of his chair as he passed it before following the orders of his girlfriend. Just as the door closed on the flak jacket bathed in the morning sun's rays, Ino's voice echoed. No, not a guy, HN. Her moans of pleasure abruptly fell off when the doors shut and sealed behind them. Report 8 Jinjagakure no High Saito. Kitsun Grounds, Nightwing Compound. Naruto found himself yawning and stretching lightly to find a weight on his chest, but the smell informed him who it was, so he smiled softly. It was a good rest, but now that he was conscious his senses were pinging from the unknown chakra signals entering the village. Or attempting to. Abruptly he hears his girlfriend's voice in his head, Ino whispering. Who's making that racket? Your guess is as good as mine. Naruto replied back in the same manner before pausing, waking up a bit more and realizing who it was, muttering mentally. Oh, it seems the Kitsune are at the gate but can't get in. I haven't keyed them in so. So that's what I'm hearing. Ino replied, not having even moved, lifted her head, or even opened her eyes as she was enjoying being interwoven with her boyfriend's warmth and chakra. Sighing mentally, as to not disturb her, Naruto confirmed. Yeah, those tingles are them knocking on the sealed gate. Is this what your sensory perception feels like? You know the answer to that. Stop being so cheeky. Naruto remarks and feels her smirking while mentally giggling, then physically kissing his chest softly. After a few moments, she whispered internally again. Seems like Shika is likely looking for you. He just pinged me. Must be serious for that lazy ass to ping you like that. Yeah. Ino confirmed before stretching out, really cutely in Naruto's clearly unbiased opinion. She added after flopping back down. Or I could just connect him to the connection from here. She felt Naruto's mental raised brow while smiling herself at his earlier thought about her being cute, and commented. You think I'm cute when I stretch? Focus, Ino. Naruto replied with a heavy physical breath this time and felt her pout, so he amends. Besides, you're always cute. She nodded to that, agreeing with her wise boyfriend's words, but he was quick to add. Though, behind these closed doors you're a beast that doesn't want to be tamed. Ino jolted up and glared with fiercely heated cheeks. I am not some. He silenced her mentally with a physical kiss, and it caused her brain to short-circuit for a moment due to its tenderness. Naruto finally, and slowly peeled an eye open, meeting her gaze and whispering gently. I love you, Ino, and love this mood we have, but we really need to get to our duties, so put him through. Nodding absent-mindedly with cheeks a nice shade of pink, Ino flicked her wrist in an exaggerated way and spoke mentally again. Shika, what's wrong and why'd you ping me? Shikamaru's voice echoed through both their minds. Ino. Where's Naruto? Here, Shika. What's wrong? Naruto replied and could sense the Naruto's surprise, so he snorted while adding. Did you forget I know this jutsu too? Idiot. Uncalled for, but whatever. The barrier isn't letting anyone else in, including the Kitsune, and Lady Asaka is about ready to blow up. It would hold, but it's whatever. I know about the Kitsune, I can sense it all. Naruto interrupted the Naruto, and not even 5 seconds later all the pings fell off as Shikamaru asked. Okay, so can you turn it off or something? I can. Naruto confirmed, and the line went silent. Though his foxy smile grew over the following 10 seconds, no one said anything before Ino burst into a giggling fit. Shikamaru finally sighed, then asked, Can you please let them in? Do I have to get out of bed and meet them? Naruto asked so innocently, you might forget that he was still actually inside Ino, and that they went at it like rabbits all night. She is still very, very sore. It took a few moments before Shikamaru replied. She wants to talk about the mission she assigned us. Sighing in time with the Nara, Naruto mumbled. Then I have to get up? Troublesome. Preach, brother, but yeah. Shikamaru replied, but Ino spoke before her boyfriend could reply. Do not give him any of those damn habits, Shika. Again, in unison, the Uzumaki and Nara sigh out. Troublesome. The Yamanaka glared at her boyfriend, who pacified her with a deep, loving kiss as they rolled around on the bed. While distracted, Naruto replied as he flared his chakra in a particular manner. Should be open now, Shika. I'll be in the meeting room in a bit and send for Kuro and Anko. Troublesome. Shikamaru muttered just as the line cut from his end and the two blondes finally broke their tongue battle, Naruto leaning over Ino and whispering, I love you, Ino Yamanaka. Smiling beautifully, Ino replied, I know, dummy. He tickled her playfully, causing her to squeal and kick around trying to escape. The two shared laughs and a few giggles for a few more minutes before they decided it was time to confront the grim darkness of their reality beyond this sanctuary of their own love and understanding. Kitsune Grounds, Night Tower. Yawning as he enters the meeting room, Naruto leads in Ino to find the Kitsune party there with annoyed expressions upon their faces and his shinobi with amusement, or knowing smirks. After all, he had a particular bounce in his movements, and she was leaning a micrometer to the side. After all, Naruto is looking well rested and Ino doesn't have any makeup on, nor is her hair up in its signature high ponytail, but rather flowing down to her calves in an almost shimmering platinum, wavy waterfall. Don't ask where the headband is, either know either and will likely track it down later. So, as Naruto makes his way around the table with casual ease, he explains diplomatically. Sorry for the inconvenience. Shikamaru awoke me just after you got here. So I hear. Yasaka commented dryly as she watches the blonde girl stand at Naruto's back alongside the fang-tattooed sheet girl. She was holding a confident smirk as she stood there. The vixen also noted that she had a slight glow to her and smelled heavily of Naruto, but that's for later. Nodding, Naruto then pushed on. So, you want to know the status of the mission you assigned us? Yasaka looked to the seraphim and nodded, explaining simply. From what you told me, you would be dispatching a team after your meeting 2 days ago with the Grigori and wished to know who. It's already been completed. Naruto cut in and she rose a brow, earning a nod from the others in attendance. Yasaka then asks, You did it yesterday? One squad was sent late evening, yes. Naruto confirmed that with a nod, leaning back in his chair before gesturing to Anko on the wall behind Kuratsuchi on his direct left. Anko here has been talking with them since. I was expecting a report at some point today to which we would then bring to you. Nodding, Yasaka asked. So, did you find anything else out regarding the Fallen or Eastern Yuhai faction? Naruto looked to Anko, who was unusually serious and looked more than a little hesitant, but upon his nod she spoke. Not in so many words. The 2 prisoners brought in from the Grigori directly are still giving us trouble and I haven't cracked them yet. She looks to Ino and asks, Perhaps you could have a go at them? After this briefing. Ino replied with a nod, gaining Yasaka's attention and causing her to ask. Wait, you are an interrogator too? The Yamanaka nodded with a smile, Ino offered. Just as my father and grandfather before me. All the Nightwings present nodded to that. Helps that most were from the Leaf and knew the guy. Yasaka looks to Naruto, who adds. The team sent to Tokyo brought back 3 prisoners too. An elite member of the Hero clan and 2 devils. We have yet to talk to them. Looking to Anko, who nodded in confirmation. Nodding back, he looks back at Yasaka and says, But seeing as you have asked about the Eastern Yukai faction, do you want us to send a team more directly? We only went to Tokyo on a fishing expedition for any intel we could get. Naruto leans back in his chair and explained further. Yet, we found a war zone between the devils and the Hero faction. A war zone? Yasaka whispered and Naruto nodded then added. From the verbal debriefing I have gotten already, the devils were out in force and hunting the heroes down for their attempted defiance. We can give you a more accurate and detailed report in a few days after we get the physical reports. Nodding, Yasaka was coming to understand the way the Nightwings operated, but also this news is somewhat troubling, just for different reasons than she initially thought. After a moment she returns her gaze to Naruto and replied. I will await for the physical reports. Can you bring them to my office when they are available? He nods and she smiled, offering softly. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto nodded before his eyes flicked to the other vixen and asked. It isn't a problem, but care to explain the reason half the Kitsune population is in Jinjagakure no High Saito, all of a sudden? Everyone blinked at that. What did he just say? It was Kuratsuchi who asked him. What was that? Looking back to his second with nothing but amusement, Naruto chuckled lightly before explaining. It occurred to me that we don't have a name for our home here. Spent most the night thinking about the mission and this place being the place we return to. Everyone nodded, so he continued. Seeing as this is our home, the only place that we eat, sleep, train, and repeat, I thought, this is our new hidden village. Naruto's smile was soft enough to melt the hearts of even the stone-cold hearts of the vampires he has heard rumors of, with his almost breathless whisper following. Our hidden village, here among the shrines of Kyoto. Looking to Yasaka now, he spoke more firmly. So as a call back to you, Lady Yasaka, and to the final stand that brought us here. Naruto looked to the teary-eyed Cheyenne, nodding with a smile again. He offered. The defense of Oni no Kuni. I figured that it was only natural that we called this place village hidden among the shrines. He chuckled lightly, then offered with hands clasped together on the table. So, Jinjagakure no Hai Saito. I was going to bring it up later, but kinda got ahead of myself. All the former shinobi thought on that far more seriously now. Their new home among the shrines. Most find themselves smirking or smiling and, in one particular case, shedding tears of joy again with a megawatt smile. Kuratsuchi looked around at the other Nightwings and saw this before looking to their leader while saying, I think I speak for all the former shinobi when I say this, Naruto, it's about damn time. Grinning at the end, and the others all nodded along with her, and now Naruto smiled back, nodding to them all. He then looks to Yasaka, who was smiling too, with a nod before she offered. I accept this change too. As you say, it is rather fitting that my shrine is nearby too, and so being hidden so close to it makes it all the more suitable. Thanks, it came to me like someone commented on my thoughts all of a sudden. Naruto replied before looking at you, yes, you reading this. After a moment Naruto looked back at the white-furred vixen and then asked. So, what about you, Lady Sei? What brings the Kitsune clan to our humble abode? This successfully drew said woman from her rather troubling thoughts. Seimwika had been pondering since the arrival of the last two members of this meeting. As no doubt the rest of her fellow Kitsune had noticed, that platinum blonde girl smells so heavily of Naruto, it is clear what their relationship is. Damn it! Has she lost her place? No, this isn't over yet. Clearing her throat to get back on subject, Sei smiled softly and replied. Well, I have brought my most trusted students with me this time to help bridge our two clans. I hope that we could come here and learn together alongside your own. Nodding, Naruto pretended to think on that while mentally prodding Ino, who picks up immediately but gave no indication that she did externally as he asked. Connect me to Shikamaru. I got a feeling there's more to this. So do I. That was far too diplomatic compared to her normal insistence. Ino replied mentally as she probes her childhood friend, who was sitting beside Kuratsuchi, and muffled a yawn, Shikamaru commenting in the connection. Figured you catch on. So, what are we dealing with? Naruto asked as he tapped his fingers and thought on the table. Shikamaru explained swiftly. Start with the security of information. They seem to have lackluster attitudes regarding our abilities. Eventually, Naruto looked to Sei and asks. From a report I read last night, it claims that you have been carefree regarding our abilities, Lady Sei. Care to explain? Nothing of the sort. Sei replied while sitting straighter, gaze level as Naruto's wordless response was his lifting brow. She added to her statement. As I said previously, Naruto-kun, I have only shared this with my students. Gesturing to the black-furred kitsune at her side, Sei added. Like Izuhara-chan and Suzu-chan here. I trust them both to keep what I have told them in confidence to themselves. Kuratsuchi, like most shinobi, did not trust that easily and thus asked. How certain are you of that? This drew all eyes to her diamond-hard purple eyes that narrowed on the vixen with no little amount of suspicion. She continued through her tight throat. As shinobi, we are paranoid by default, untrusting of all by nature, and for good reason. We all know betrayal. We have all tasted it once in our lifetime. The taste of an ally, a friend, or, in some cases, a family member turning their weapons on us for their own gain. All the Nightwings nod to that, Yasaka looking back at them now in suspicion too. If they are so untrusting and paranoid, then do they have a plan if... Naruto spoke next, still staring at Sei. My shinobi have full trust in me, Sei-chan. I have since placed my trust in Lady Yasaka, on the premise of being safe here to set roots. Being so carefree with such sensitive information is dangerous and a threat to our well-being. You need to understand that. I do understand that. Sei replied sternly and narrowed eyes on this man before her. How dare he question her faith in her students, undermine the trust they shared with one another with such an ignorant statement. Yasaka cut in here, not wanting to witness a fight breaking out between her own and her new shinobi force. Though, she was also pleased that she was being trusted in return for her own. I think that is enough, both of you. Drawing both sets of eyes onto her commanding visage, currently opposite Kuratsuchi on Naruto's direct right. Glancing between both parties once, Yasaka enforces. I understand that information regarding your people is to be kept a tightly guarded secret, Naruto. However, Sei has my trust. If she says that it is taken care of, then it will be. Sharing a look with his fellows, not seeing anyone with an objection, Naruto nodded and replied. Okay, but we will be watching carefully. Yasaka suspected that was the best she would get, so doesn't press any harder. After a quick glance to her own closest friend, seeing a bit of hurt along with disappointment, the leader of Kyoto also added. As for this training, we could possibly spare a few lessons. Naruto replied calmly and carefully, getting a nod from all the kitsune present. Sei was the one to voice their requests. A few days ago now, I saw two of your dogkin members, like the lady behind you, fighting with their claws. Hana's eyes sharpen at that. They want to learn her clan's fighting style? Not even needing to know what his pack member was thinking, Naruto cut the vixen off and stating firmly. The style of my pack members is not on the table. The kitsune all rose a brow at that, not knowing that tidbit beforehand or that some kind of structure existed. Naruto didn't explain further and asked, anything else? Sei was in two minds about that interaction. The sincere smile on the woman's face now showed she was happy what Naruto had said and the line it drew. But it also meant that he was accepting of whatever culture these, dogkin, of sorts, had and respected it enough to engage in it. That was a good thing, as it would mean he would be accepting of theirs too. Most outsiders find it difficult to grasp the concept, and don't typically last too long among them. On the other hand, it also means that, seeing as this one is always at his side, she is the lead female of his pack. Things to consider later, so Sei nodding her acceptance of Naruto's statement, and asked next. During the construction of Jinjagakure no High Saito, we observed you walking in complete defiance of gravity. Bend the elements to your wills. Lift weight many times your own with little effort, and then there was that incident with the flatbed. Everyone had been nodding along with her regarding the feats the Nightwings had supposedly done, until that last bit that left them confused. Kuratsuchi voiced this, brow arched. What incident with what flatbed? All the kitsune beside Yasaka looked at them incredulously. The thought of them not knowing was ludicrous, with the red-headed, green-eyed kitsune by the name of Suzu Aoki offering up. You mean you didn't know that the little girl managed to push a full-loaded flatbed an inch to the side without touching it? Again Olish blinks back of confusion before Sei added. Your little sister, Hanabi-chan's strike you deflected hit the truck you were beside and knocked it to the side a full inch. Recalling that event caused Naruto to snort, chuckling for a moment as he says, oh right, she was really grumpy about not being taken seriously. A firecracker, that one. Nothing but fondness in his tone, earning chuckles from the shinobi present, though on the floor below the meeting room, Hanabi suddenly had the urge to jukin her stupid big brother for something. She'll ask about it later, and then jukin him. The kitsune looked bewildered by that statement, with Yasaka clearing her throat, drawing eyes as she asked, is this true? Naruto shrugged calmly, his response casual. It could be. Her unique fighting style makes engaging her at close range incredibly dangerous. Her entire family was like that. Says the guy who beat their premier member head-on, in said close range. Shikamaru drawled, earning a foxy smirk from his leader, Naruto replying to that. What? It worked, didn't it? Clearing her throat, Kuratsuchi brought the room to her form and spoke candidly. In regards to training, that reminded everyone of the original point and got them focused as she added. Our fighting styles and chakra techniques are rather lethal compared to what we have observed in commonplace here in this world. Personally, I don't really want to see them escape our group. Nodding along, Naruto added. That is true. This world is dangerous enough as it is, and us adding to it isn't really what we want to do. Then what do you propose? Yasaka asked with a brow raised, folding her arms as she leans back in her seat. She noticed Naruto's gaze flick from one Nightwing member to the other, as if contemplating their individual desires, and suddenly recalled back in her office he seemed to be able to communicate without words. Her eyes narrowed as she refined her sensory down to just the room and focused on just Naruto. But just when she locked down on his chakra signature, something shifted as he spoke. Give us a few days to discuss things. He looked at Yasaka, knowing she was focusing her sensory on him, and continued. And let us focus on our jobs first. Get our reports together and to you, then we can discuss training and the extent at which we will share until we are sure of security. You doubt? Yasaka began, but Naruto raised his hand to stop her and reinforced his earlier statement. Our techniques are tried and tested to kill and kill effectively, Lady Yasaka. Many of the Nightwings nodded grimly to the way that sounds. Even if it was true, hearing it like that leaves an uneasy feeling in their guts. Really puts their old world and way of doing things prior to the Fourth War in a different perspective. Knowing what his fellows were thinking and feeling, Naruto continued smoothly. Sharpened and perfected in a world filled with highly trained and capable ninjas, all of which were trained to fight from as young as 4. Handing such techniques over is not something I want to do lightly. Please understand this. None of the Kitsune thought of it that way before having it pointed out to them so factually. They only thought of new ways to improve their own control and understanding of chakra, never what enabled this kind of development. Yasaka and Sei especially felt terrible on how eager they were about learning their chakra techniques, having seen a few of them firsthand during that projection of their memories. This left them little recourse but to agree, the yellow-golden-haired vixen voicing it. Very well, Naruto. Please let us know when you come to a decision. Even as the Kyuubi said that, the eight-tailed vixen noted the stony faces of Kuratsuchi, the second in command, and the dogkin woman, second in command of his pack. Sei suspected that this was going to be another roadblock, but hopefully she'll navigate it and find her way into this cadre's life, on a personal level. Underworld. Surzek's Lucifer is having a bad morning, evident by the fact that this was already his 6th cup of coffee, and it has only just reached the midday mark. As the leader of the devil race, being its first Super Devil class Satan, he is typically in charge of domestic affairs and deals normally with policies and the general well-being of the new devil faction. Yet, this morning he was awoken in the early hours by an alert that devils of his faction had come under attack by an unknown force in the human world, more accurately in Tokyo. The reports were a mess, coming in jumbled up with some contradictory information from various sources. No one seems to know what happened exactly, but one thing is certain. Something powerful struck and their casualties have surpassed the triple digits. All the injuries of the survivors point towards a potent lightning strike, which is the only consistent thing as of yet, and matches up to a few reports stating that a storm had suddenly formed in the sky. Initial thoughts were the Shinto pantheon, but no word on that as of yet nor a reply from the Yukai leader Yasaka. On the other hand, there are also rumors of another kidnapping of a noble house devil, and that has Surzek's more concerned than anything else. Naturally, he has already confirmed that his sister was safe and sound, completely ignorant of this situation. Just in case, however, he has dispatched his queen to her side until they know what is going on. Honestly, he'd feel better to just recall her and her peerage, but that might make the house of Gremory look weak, according to his father, so his hands are tied there. The council is demanding an emergency session, but the former Gremory hasn't, as they still do not have any idea of what the hell happened. There wasn't a point until they do and can talk about countermeasures then. This all means that Surzek is currently piling through a literal mountain of paperwork to try and piece things together. He's been at it since this supposed incident occurred, and it seems endless. Thankfully for the embattled Satan, help arrives in the form of Falbium Asmodeus and his right-hand man Rovo Phoenix, with the Satan of military affairs looking unusually sharp as he spoke. Sirzex, we may have a problem. Looking up from another report, Sirzex takes note of the fact that Falbium himself was here, on his own violation and looking serious. This is no laughing matter, thus nods and offers. What do you have for me? Taking the seat opposite his friend and perfectly ignoring the mountain of paperwork off to the side, Falbium gets straight to the point. This attack in the early hours. Yeah, I've been dealing with mismatched reports all morning. Sirzex replied as he leaned back on his red-upholstered leather chair, folded his arms as he then said, All I know thus far is that it was a single, lightning-based, magic attack from a single individual. Rovo informed, causing the red-headed Satan to snap to him, brow arched, and only got 2 nods in response. The Phoenix placed down the files he has under arm, both Satan's clearing space as he explained further. After hearing the casualty reports, I checked with all the houses to see if they had any familiars deployed. Seeing a nod from Sirzex, Rovo continued. That, unfortunately, is when I found out that my brother is the rumored captured high-class devil. Sirzek's eyes hardened, asking firmly to be sure. Your brother? As in? Riser, yes. Rovo confirmed that with a nod before continuing. I managed to get a few recordings of last night, but not many. It seems whatever hit our forces there also got most of the familiars too. Damn. Sirzek muttered, dropping his arms to the armrests when again both visitors nodded. Rovo pulled out 2 glass display orbs, tennis ball-sized glass spheres that he places on the desk before the Phoenix continued. Fortunately, my investigation has yielded results. I followed a trail and located the battle site of my brother. The first orb began to display a park of some kind, a ruined patch of land with the bodies of 3 devils and plenty of blooded patches that suggested more were there at some point. This urged Sirzex to ask. Those 3? My brother's 2 knights and his only rook. Rovo informed, and both Satans nodded, so he proceeded on. I also found 2 dead familiars. One was from my house and the other was charred so badly that I couldn't identify it properly. Did you get the footage? Sirzex asks, and the second ball lit up, showing a hero being dominated by both Phoenix Knights, but before the final blow another human. No, he can't be human to move at those speeds. They watched as this white-haired teenager killed both Phoenix Knights effortlessly, before presumably targeting the rook. Who is that? Sirzex asks, but it was Falbium who replied. We have no idea. We assumed he was human who got lucky at first, but seeing such effortless dispatching of 2 experienced knights and a rook leads us to doubt his species. The footage abruptly cut off before actually seeing the death blow on the rook, but it was clear to them that she did die by his blade. Rovo then spoke up. As you can see, my brother's peerage was wiped out by that guy. Was he the one who launched that mass lightning strike? Sirzex asks, recalling how lightning traveled across his sword. This is when Rovo brought out a 3rd glass orb, slightly larger than a ping-pong ball this time, and places it down before replying. No, however, based off the man's outfit, he knows who did. Watch this. Another scene played. It was clear this familiar was hiding in a tree and looked up, sensing the massive build of magic. Through the leaves, it pokes just above the canopy and watches as a single 8-winged fallen angel appears through the storm, yellow sparks dancing across her curvaceous body. This is when they all recognized the uniform she was wearing and connected the dots, but remained silent as this fallen confronted Riser. They could only watch on as both sides were out of audio range. Eubelina struck first, but her magic attack was simply batted away effortlessly. With a swipe of the fallen's hand, a bolt of lightning crashed from the clouds and curled before striking the queen in her back. Riser was quick to give chase, turning his back on his enemy, and 2 was struck in the back. This only left the fallen in frame as she seemed to glance back and roll both her shoulders. She then turned around and there was a bright flash of light blinding the familiar, but the loud sound of a thunder snap was heard. The last thing heard by this particular familiar, it was that loud. The next image was blurred and at a weird angle, but showed two groups of fallen confronting one another. One wore their traditional armor and had normal light spears. The other were all in the new type of uniforms wielding light weapons with elemental additions to it, all with at minimum 6 wings. Just as they looked like they were about to fight, however, something drew all the attention in a particular direction and the regular fallen teleported away in a hurry. The new fallen group looked to the original 8-wing before they all flew off at speed. Surzex was at a loss for words and only managed. A fallen. Controlling that much power? There's more, Roval announced, causing them all to continue watching just as a flock of pure angels flew past, seemingly chasing the new fallen group and at speed. Shockingly, however, the one leading them was a cadre-class pure angel. It seems heaven was not messing around. Falbium spoke now. As I said, we may have a problem. Nodding his agreement, Surzex leaned forward, hands clasped on his desk as he replied. Indeed we do. Tell me your theories and we'll go from there. Both military men nodded with Falbium speaking first. Based off these still images we have taken. He threw a set of 5 down and Surzex took them up to see it was a blurry blown-up image of an arm, more accurately a metal plate with the Grigori insignia etched on. The bold Satan then declared. These new fallen angels are a part of Azazel's Grigori. Them confronting those more typical types we are familiar with either indicate dissension among the ranks, or a type of civil war breaking out. Civil war? Like our own? Surzex asked before slipping to the next one, showing a full body shot, blurred due to the speed, and you could only make out the gray top and black bottoms. Falbium nodded and explained. Those with this uniform against the regular. Who they work for is a mystery, thus the sides are unknown. Flipping to the next picture shows a blown-up image of the 8-winged fallen in the clouds, and you could barely make out her blonde hair against the gray background. Surzex commented softly. Any word from our spies? Check the last picture. Falbium orders, and bypassing the 4th picture, a blown-up on the airborne confrontation between sides, the redhead comes across a painstakingly stitched-together photograph of a group of fallen. It was taken at afar and the writing on the bottom was illegible due to dried blood and jagged burns, but it shows the backs of 4 fallen wearing that same uniform, heading into Grigori headquarters. Looking up, Surzex asks. So, they are members of the Grigori, but maybe a different division? Most likely. Falbium confirmed and Roval added. We found that photograph on one of our spies in their territory. We found him dead by light spear to the gut, that picture torn up and thrown to the winds. Nodding, Surzex sits back in his seat before realizing something and asks. This new department. You think they have your brother, Roval? The blonde nodded firmly, Roval adding. More than likely, yes. They don't seem to be traditional Grigori who only fight to hurt us. So, there is a chance that he's still alive being held somewhere. After a tense moment, Surzex nods and says. This is a violation of the ceasefire agreement in place. Before we escalate this, I will call Azazel and try figure out what the hell is going on. If he has your brother, I will get him back. Bowing, Roval replied. Thank you, Lord Lucifer. Nodding back at the young man, Surzex looks back to his old friend and asks. Your thoughts on this matter? This new department may be responsible for the other kidnappings. Falbium comments, and Surzex could see the logic as they do seem far more focused, less flamboyant and more action. The Satan of military affairs added. But I don't get how we have no information on them. It worries me that such a force has only now been discovered. We will keep this under lock and key. Surzex enforces, getting 2 nods, so he continues. No one outside this room can know of any of this until we understand what, or, more accurately, who we are going up against. For that, we need information. Check our spies within fallen territory and have them look for this uniform. Pointing to the blurry imagery and again getting 2 nods before Roval added, noticing the picture he was pointing at. Just in case you hear it later, that 8-wing angel is being called the Angel of the Storms. Surzex looks down at the picture. The storm at the woman's back made that name seem rather fitting, but listened as the youngest present added. Or the Storm Angel of Tokyo. Rather fitting but without an actual name. Grigori Headquarters, Azazel's office. The door bursts open and Kokubil appears before Azazel, who glanced up from a particularly interesting orange book that he may or may not have gotten from a certain seraphim acting cadre at some point he was not at liberty to say. Though at the sight of a red-faced cadre, Azazel takes his feet off his desk and places the book in a secure drawer. Seeing as he was sitting forward, Kokubil asks with a calm that did not fool the blind man he passed on the way in. You lied to me. About? Azazel asks with a raised brow, playing the innocent card with his old friend. Hey, it worked last time, so why not start with it this time? Biting back his growl of irritation, Kokubil spoke with a tightened jaw. You told me that ghost unit was a mere rumor. Nothing to look too deep into. Yeah, so? Azazel asks, brow lowered, but leaning back casually in his chair now, noticing that old elf ears had turned red at the tips of said elf ears. Kokubil growled now and stated, Then why am I hearing about an attack on Tokyo by unknown Grigori members? Blinking owlishly, Azazel didn't need to fake being confused as this was the first he's heard of it, and thus asked, An attack on Tokyo? This is news to me. Taking a deep breath, trying to keep his shit in check, Kokubil asked seriously. What do you mean you don't know? This ghost unit was spotted here, not even a full 2 days ago. Better question. Azazel began, sitting forward again and resting his arms on the desk, hands clasped as he grew stern while asking, What were you doing in the Japanese sector again? Waving that off, Kokubil replied casually. I was just assisting that child Hara and popped in to make sure she's doing okay like I normally do. Playing along? Azazel asks. Oh. So how is she doing? That doesn't matter. Kokubil began, but Azazel cut him off. I ask again, if you were only there to check in, how is she doing? Fine, as always. Kokubil snipped, causing his boss to sigh, rubbing his brow and now realizing he has to end this now. Looking dead in his old friend's face, Azazel orders. This is my final warning, Kokubil. Return to your sector in the Middle East and stay away from the Japanese sector. Am I clear? Frowning, Kokubil replied. I am not needed there. The lower wings can deal with the minor believers and I have no work to do. Why else would I offer my services to? Hara has been reassigned from the Japanese sector. That is how I know you are lying. Azazel cut him off again, causing the cadre to pause, frowning harder than before as this was new information that his spies clearly hadn't told him about. How troubling. The seraphim, however, continued unprompted. If I find out that you've gone back to Japan, in any capacity, Kokubil, I will personally ensure you are labeled as a rogue. Then watch on and see how long you can outrun those supposed ghosts that you are seemingly obsessed with. Azazel's eyes narrowed, glowing sharply, and growl threatening, added to extenuate the point further. Am I perfectly clear? It took several moments before Kokubil nodded with a straight face. Azazel was not satisfied by this, and thus, as he leaned forward over his desk, his 12 wings erupting from his back as he bellowed. Am I clear? Crystal clear, Azazel-sama. Kokubil nodded with a stony visage this time. The stare down lasted a full minute before Azazel ordered. Now, get out of my sight! With the door closed and wings folded away, the Governor-General sat in his seat again and let out a tired sigh. Azazel hates being so tough on his people, even more so his oldest friends, but they really can't keep repeating the same mistakes as they used to. Their numbers are pretty bad and getting lower by the day. He really doesn't want to have to give Naruto and his Nightwings the green light to hunt down any of their own, but if needs must then so be it. Sighing again, Azazel retrieves his orange book and leans back in his seat once more. He'll put his feet up for a bit before he asks about this supposed attack on Tokyo from Naruto. As he flicks the next page, he pauses. Maybe he should also hand over the Fallen Grace piece recipe and the last functional piece he has for safekeeping. Sixth Heaven. Approaching the middle of the circular table, Raphael spoke curtly. Early morning I deployed with the squad to investigate the strange weather above Tokyo. Seeing the nod from his eldest brother, he continued. I discovered that 3/4 of the devils fighting had been injured by a lightning-type strike. Following the signature of the caster, I discovered a group of non-standard fallen, attempting to flee the scene. What does that mean? Non-standard? Michael, leader of heaven and the 4 great seraphs, asked from his seat ahead of the cadre. Nodding, Raphael reports. I once witnessed a group of similar fallen, wearing the same outfits as these ones, combat their fellow fallen in a cathedral located in Kyoto. Upon getting nod, he continued. This group dispatched of their sinning counterparts and rescued the 2 innocents, tending to the medical needs of both as required and then asking for nothing in return. Nodding, those in attendance understood now, and so Raphael continued. Like the ones from the cathedral, these ones confronted their standard counterparts who fled from them rather than risk conflict. I gave chase to ask for their identities, but they fled. My men assumed we were there to stop them and may have been a bit hasty in summoning their weapons. How many instances have you found these, non-standard fallen? Metatron asks, from the seat over from Michael. Nodding, Raphael reports blankly again. Many smaller sightings of strange fallen, but they all stopped several months ago. The last 2 I have witnessed personally, the cathedral and now Tokyo. More nods before Gabriel asks from beside her brother. Have they caused harm to any of our believers? Shaking his head in the negative, Raphael replied just as infamously monotonous. From what I have witnessed or discovered, they have only battled against their fellow fallen, however, more so against the devils. For what purpose, I do not know as of yet. This threatens the ceasefire if Azazel is aware of this. Metatron comments, drawing eyes as he adds. If the devils find out about these non-standard fallen targeting them, I do not think they are trying to attack them specifically. Raphael adds, cutting the man off and drawing eyes to himself, so adds. I think it is more than likely that the devils attack them first, unknowingly attacking a foe far stronger than themselves. Seeing interjections coming, Raphael quickly amends. They do not act like the regular fallen, so I have surmised they do not fly around everywhere while somehow suppressing their presence. It lines up as to how I cannot find them, and how they managed to get away from me. Can that be proved? Michael asks carefully. That is not a solid excuse for attacking another faction so systematically. Though, he should get in contact with Azazel to find out if this is his doing and talk him out of it. Raphael thought on the question for several moments before offering back. They are not battle junkies. They did not have the cadre with them this time, but... Hold up! Metatron called out, cutting the man in the center off and drawing eyes at his deadpan, so he asked. They have a cadre among these not fallen but fallen? Nodding once, Raphael replied. In the cathedral, I saw that one indeed had 10 wings. He was wearing the same outfit as the others and gave orders as their leader. He wasn't part of the Tokyo incident. Nodding, Michael replies softly. I will convene with our brother Azazel and try get a clearer picture. If he knows of these forces, he can order them to stand down before the devils get restless and start calling for war. Everyone nodded to that before Raphael added. And the one who caused that lightning strike was a fallen with 8 wings. She too seemed to be a leader, as she ordered the others around. Nodding again, Michael called an end to the meeting. Jinjagakure no High Saito, Night Tower. 2 days later. Naruto opens his eyes and finds his vision filled with platinum blonde. Sighing in contentment, he's missed this despite it being only 2 days ago that they were intimate for the first time. Last night both were just too tired to and thus just curled up together, he the big spoon and her the smaller one. Ino needed it after all the work she's put in going through those minds for anything useful. He helped largely by suppressing power flare-ups and shifting through countless weeks of memories. Now though, the preliminary reports are done and they can slow down for a bit. Naruto finally intends to talk about a topic he has been meaning to broach, but it never seemed to be the right time. His girlfriend's voice broke through his thoughts, their usual telepathy coming into play as Ino whispered softly. Can it not wait a bit more? Mama wants some this morning. Sighing, Naruto replied mentally. It is really important. I love you and this is something I haven't told anyone as I believe you are the only person I can trust with this for now. Ino wanted to smile, but the seriousness on that mental tone told her that her idiot has been stressing about this, so it's best to hear him out. While obviously holding her tighter, so she makes herself comfier by snuggling back into his chest, and on reflex, as she predicted, he held her tighter too. Now she was ready, thus she hummed and that egged Naruto on to whisper mentally. I slept with Samui. That caused her to snap up and stare back at him in shock. Speaking aloud this time, Ino asked. I beg your pardon? Sighing, Naruto got up now, but she yanked him down and straddled him, Ino asking again. Samui, as in cold to everyone who... She paused and now seemed to connect the dots while her finely plucked brow rose slowly, returning to their usual mental channels. Are you two dating? Honestly, I have no idea. Naruto replied in exasperation, frustration in every word he spoke, and continued rambling. I thought we were good friends and had a good relationship, as she showed up every now and then suddenly. Suddenly she pinned me against a tree, out in those woods, and had her tongue down my throat. Naruto sighs out, scratching his head in confusion of things. Then he added. Then, one thing led to another, then I'm balls deep and she's grinding me hard. Outside, huh? How bold and daring, raunchy too. So, how many rounds? 2. Naruto replied, somewhat confused at the significance of that, but for some reason, Ino seemed pleased by that. Before, she asked. Before or after me? Before, are you mad? Naruto's voice was low, despite the telepathy in use, but Ino just shrugged casually with an added eye roll before replying. I probably should be, yes, but she actually did me a favor. Naruto snapped up to her, both brows disappearing into his hairline in surprise, but Ino just smirked sultrily as she explained. Well, she managed to get you more connected to your libido. Thanks to that, I have had the most amazing sexual experiences ever. I should thank her in all honesty. I would rather you didn't. Naruto replied dryly, and she leaned forward, hands on his perfectly muscular chest. If you asked Ino's clearly unbiased opinion, as she asks. Oh, and why is that? Meeting her baby blues with his own slit deep, Naruto informed firmly. Ino, I am not even sure what our relation is, let alone if it is a legitimate connection. I just don't know. So please, for now, can you keep this to yourself? For me. Sighing hard, unable to deny him this request, as she could easily discern that he was more afraid of losing another connection than anything, Ino nodded once and felt him relax under her. With a soft smile, he says while pushing himself up. Thank you, Ino. I knew you were the best. And lands a peck on her lips. Pulling away slowly, the two find themselves resting their foreheads against one another, her arms around his neck loosely, his hands on her hips in return, and for all of 3 seconds they remain motionless. It was broken when Ino ground against his boxers once again. Her grin was telling and hands already in movement, so he replied in kind, reclaiming her lips far hungrier than before. So caught up in the new tongue war, Ino's hands had lost the objective, and thus was quick to find herself rolled over with a squeal erupting from her throat and a chuckle from his. Wait. I wanted to. Ino began, but found herself moaning as Naruto's fingerwork began upon her wet folds, his tongue already dancing around her perky breasts, forcing her hands to grip handfuls of his hair. By the log, his fingers are so damn. The next moment her mouth was claimed again. But Ino had no time, as suddenly she felt his dick splitting her vagina apart, forcing her breath to hitch and body to shudder, then clench. A breathless scream as he went all the way to the back in one go. Fuck. The pleasure was electrifying as it surged up her back, then down again, and gathered around her core. Fuck, number 1 already? Her baby blues meet his deep blues of amusement, and Log knows she wants to punch him in that. Oh yes, Log, yes. Breathlessly, between her moans from Naruto's thrusts, Ino managed to whisper out. Log. Naruto, you, yes, are so hard, so deep. Yes, love it. He thrusted deep as she clings to him, her back threatening to arch, toes and feet curled as she feels him outright bully her cervix, and that spot right there. Naruto, yes. Ino gasped out again, finding both her arms pinned above her head by one of his hands, his body now pinning hers against the bed as he continued pressing deep, forcing another squeal and clench. Damn, number 2. Naruto's presence prevents the arching, not entirely, as she lets out a soundless scream of ecstasy. Body jittering beneath his and her pussy acting like his dick owed it money and gripping him as if pneumatically operated. Feeling this, her boyfriend decided he was a bit too aggressive and pushed her a bit too hard, too fast. Thus, instead he began to battle those diamond nipples with his tongue like a cavalry squadron picking apart an infantry formation. Repeated charges at the edges to whittle down defense before going for a final, defense-crumbling strike through the center. Was that number 3? Seemingly having enough on being on defense, Ino glared at her idiot boyfriend for blindsiding her with an amount of pleasure that should be outlawed, so damn quick, that she used chakra to break free, wrap her long, toned legs around his waist, and flip him over. That was the plan her mind managed to concoct, but failed to realize that her boyfriend might be in a lustful state of mind, but he still has reflexes a cocaine-fueled cat would fail to surprise. So now, somehow she was face down with her man's dick still playing with her G-spot and his breath in her ear, arms held between her back and his chest, his whisper into her ear. "Nice try, my forever flower." Oh log, did that just make her wet, wetter, sheets soaking wet. Again, her body shuddered from the feel of his breath passing by her ear, goosebumps forming rapidly. But nothing prepared her for just how orgasmically high she would reach during his kissing offensive on her nape, paired with his thrusting. Her spine was on fire, her pussy hot, wet, and clenching, ready for his first load which she didn't have to wait long for. As with a grunt, Naruto unloaded a massive blast built up from the last few days of her not tending to him. Ino could feel it. All of it. There was so much, and it was so damn hot, damn. What number was she up to now? Panting and wheezing from them both as she gripped his hands, that covered hers from behind, Ino enjoys being covered by her man above her. Even now, they were still very much physically connected alongside their normal mental connection, and now, she just felt nothing but happiness. A year ago, their prospects were slim to none and were slowly accepting it, and now they have Jinjagakure no High Saito. Their new home. A place their future will come to know and grow from. A place the roots of that era of strife will bud a new generation of blooming flowers that will reach to heights far higher than they themselves, the last of a doomed world, hadn't dared dream of prior. All because of this man that holds her hands now. Ino's eyes land on their interlocked fingers in her view while feeling her boyfriend's presence mentally and physically. Naruto Uzumaki, the guy who's always strived for more. Always charged head first into everything, lifting up everything onto his shoulders so others could stand with him. Oh, how foolish her younger self was to dismiss him, going for the dark, mysterious bad boy type when in reality she needed that bright, never-ending sunshine that never once dimmed despite the darkness all around. Even when that void cut it off and threatened the buds it lorded over. "I love you, Naruto." Ino murmured barely a whisper, yet still felt him shift and hold her far more tenderly than a moment ago, if that were even possible, and could feel him hugging her mentally too, and she giggled and hugged back just as tightly. Before she could add to her statement, explain how his light was her everything now, a loud, mental ping hit them both and jerked them from this tender moment. Annoyed and borderline murderous, Ino snipped back harshly. "What do you want, Shika?" Both sensed his wincing recoil, his hesitation to proceed noted, but Shikamaru replied softly. "Kuratsuchi just told me that Azazel and Benemune are heading our way." Groaning in unison, the duo began to unwind from one another, with Naruto replying next. "What is it this time?" He managed to keep a level mental tone as he pulled out from the tightening grip of his girlfriend's pussy, hearing her moan and squirm while silently protesting the move to stop after just one round. Shikamaru's voice continued as he got up from the bed. "Only that it was important." "Not much," Naruto suddenly yelped, mentally and physically, as Ino slapped his ass as he left the bed and he glared at her. She pouted in return, before he replied mentally. "Got it, be there soon. Don't wait for us, Shika," Ino added before dropping the connection, grinning sultrily, and commenting physically. "We aren't done here yet, Mr. Boyfriend." Meeting her grin with his own, Naruto retorted. "Oh. Can you even stand after that last one?" Ino looked down to her long, perfectly toned legs briefly, still feeling the tingling and slightly numb sensation from that last session, before glaring back at him with cheeks reddening. "Don't underestimate me." Naruto's grin continued growing in a challenging tone as he took a few steps back towards the shower before leaning against the door and asked, "Then you'll be fine coming into the shower then, huh?" Arms crossed, baby meeting deep blue, and she growls in frustration. An hour later, Naruto stands beside Shikamaru, Hana, Kuratsuchi and Chojuro on the roof of the tower, all awaiting the arrival of their boss. Technically speaking, that is, and on paper. All parties involved are aware of the fact that the Nightwings are Grigori by choice and obligation only. It is only by their choice that they remain members of the larger group. It is no surprise, however, that Hana was standing at Naruto's side dutifully, all prim and proper, somehow looking even more attractive than normal for reasons that escaped the men present. She just seemed more alluring? Kuratsuchi noticed Chojuro's rather absent-mindedness in his expression, his arms crossed, gaze distant, and surmised it was definitely not her problem to deal with. So, she gave her own uniform a once-over quickly. Not a single speck out of place. Perfect as always. Shikamaru was on the edge behind them, smoke in hand as he lazily watched the smithing team work on their next-generation kunai project. He doesn't really get it. Their standard kunai work fine, and the few among them with unique ones have been using them sparingly. During this lull, they should be improving their stockpiles and not trying to fix what isn't broken. Naruto was certain that his shower session with Ino, who was now sleeping off the morning's rutting session, had been completely washed off before he came here. Yet, for some reason, the feeling he is getting from Hana, and the pheromones she's giving off, is leading him to believe that maybe there was a chance he may have missed something. Or her nose is just that good. Said Inuzuka was having a mental tea party between her professional shinobi mode, her medical mode, her big sister mode, and her pack mode. Apparently, today is the last day of her current cycle, and if she wants to have a pup, it's today or next month, Medic explained. Her big sister mode reminds them that little Naruto is not releasing much pheromones in response to theirs. Maybe little Ino had gotten lucky? Hana's pack mindset growled at that hussy claiming their leader, but thankfully her sister's side muffled that. Professional mode added the fact that right now they are needed in the front line, so they have to plan this properly with a detailed plan of action. Medical Inuzuka explained that 2 months would be their most likely chance to conceive, if they start to prepare now. Pack agreed, but Big Sister stated that they could still have fun regardless. Thankfully, that was put aside for now, however, as the 3 arrivals in the form of Azazel, Benamian and Tamil. As they approached closer, Naruto flexed his chakra and deactivated the barrier in time for their guests to pass it unimpeded. They land promptly on the rooftop before their comrades, and the flaring chakra reinitialized the protective barrier. Sensing a barrier of some kind covering them, Azazel stares up and watched it reform, then vanish from sight, and muttering, "Damn impressive. We should get one for our main headquarters. That'll cost you," Naruto reports with a growing smirk, earning a chuckle from Azazel, Tamil and Benamian. The Nightwing commander continued, "Welcome to Jinjagakure no High Saito, village hidden in the shrines." Smirking, Azazel nodded along with the others as he replied while shaking his fellow Seraphim's hand. "Nice name and rather fitting. I hear you have had a few minor issues while you settled down here." Shrugging, Naruto replied calmly, "Growing pains, sure, but we are adapting quickly and finding our rhythm. Nothing too outrageous or unfixable." Azazel's chuckle was light but brief, as he got serious just as quickly while he announced, "Good to know, but we have a lot to talk about, and things have been non-stop since your little raid on Tokyo. For starters, it was not a raid, but a legitimate military operation," Naruto began, earning a raised brow from his fellow 12-winged angel. A throat clearing from Hana stopped the Uzumaki for a moment, long enough for his mind to catch up and sigh. Gesturing towards the stairs, Naruto informed calmly, "Then, I guess we should get to the meeting room and order food. Nodding his agreement, Azazel followed after the Nightwings as they moved back towards the stairs and down toward the meeting room. Just as they reached the top, third floor, Naruto's phone rang. Confused, Naruto picked it up and answered. Yeah. I have Lara here at the front gate, asking for you to report to Lady Asaka's office immediately. Tell her that I am currently in a meeting myself, Genma. Naruto reports as they pass by his office and the empty one opposite before he added. I got Azazel here and a new briefing underway. After a moment, Genma reported back. She said she'll pass the message on. Nodding, Naruto instead offered. Send Ko with her. See if he can find out what she wants, and then report back to me. No sweat. Genma replied before the line cut out, and thankfully they arrived at the meeting room on the second floor. Sighing, Naruto looked to Hana, who already suspected what it was and nodded, replying before he could ask. I will grab Cheyenne and grab us all some food and refreshments. Nodding his thanks, Naruto smiled as he replied. Thanks, Hana, you're a mind reader. Smiling back, Hana nodded before vanishing in a swirl of leaves, allowing Naruto to follow Shikamaru into the meeting room. Something tells him that this is going to be an extremely exciting day, and not in the good, lustful way either. Sighing hard enough to make the Nara jealous, Naruto mumbled. Troublesome. Preaching to the converted. Shikamaru commented as they took their seats, Azazel at the head of the table, Naruto and the Nightwings on his left, and the Grigori on his right. The Governor-General decided to get the less problematic thing done first and out from a magic circle above his raised hand. Naruto muttered upon seeing the medium scroll and crystal shoji piece. The Fallen Race piece? I assume that is the recipe for it too. Nodding, Azazel replies. I figured it would be safer in your hands now that you are isolated from the organization as a whole. Sure, I have the recipe memorized, but this physical copy should be safest here alone. True. All the Nightwings admit without shame that earned sweat drops from the Grigori brass opposite them. Naruto was quick to take possession of the two items and seal them away into his wrist seal for now. Sighing again before getting stern, Azazel then announces. Okay, give it to me straight. What the hell happened in Tokyo? And why do I have a Satan and my siblings hounding me? All the Nightwings share a glance before looking to Naruto, who looks back to the governor before explaining. And that concludes part 2 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Fallen Legion, File 1, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Havoc-Teir, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.